Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. Apologies for that, Erkin. I forgot to have Firebot up, and seeing your thing reminded me. Uh-oh, that your thing should be accurate since I was able to add one to it. Um, Speaking of, I see clock-ins from
Oh,
Erkin and Lunia. Callista
that
is,
was
of
the
course,
last res
last
that's the wrong redeem.
and clocked
Oops.
in. Okay.
Oh well, I guess I'm not getting last today.
Probably not. Probably not.
Almost definitely not.
Mercury Soul, thank you for clocking in. So yes, folks, as the title explains, the planning for the Phase 5 plant starts tonight, which means y'all are going to get to see the calculator, the online calculator I've been using. I will have the game booted up because I'm going to need it to like see what's in the area, just to kind of double check so I know what I can tap. It'll help with figuring out how much I can get away of certain things and thus which alternates I've got to use. You'll see, it's going to be a little bit of a process, but it'll be worth it ultimately. So, let me first get some music going. Uh, I'm not sure what I want to pull. Let me just pull up Seahorse stuff. Seahorse stuff I know I can find what I would like from it. Whereas the other stuff I'm not entirely sure at this point. And it's a Sunday, so I'm a little tired, and so I could use the energy off of like a Eurobeat set. So with that, let's go Eurobeat. Okay. I've got to load up Satisfactory first. Bear with me for a few moments, folks. Where are you, friend? There you are. I'm right on it in Steam. Of course I'm right on it in Steam. The brain is working, I swear. I don't know why you're looking at me funny like that. Okay. So I've loaded up the game itself. That's not what I want. Where are you, buddy? Come back. Archangel, thank you for clocking in. Welcome, welcome, friend. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, I love this one. This is a good set. Starting out with a Eurobeat Dragostea Dinte. Yes, please. Good song. Very good song. Very catchy song, actually. Ultimately. Yeah, that's fine. I turned off one of the mods that I don't need. I only ever need the all ammo set to 101 active when the weapon upgrade tree one isn't working. Because with the weapon upgrade tree one going, I can frankly push all those ammunitions way higher than they have any right to be anyway. So the setting them to 100 first doesn't help, or I should say it boosts numbers even further, but I think they're boosted enough, honestly. uh Also, I'm feeling a different outfit right now. Hold on, give me a second. Uh, okay, so where are we currently? Not far from where I want to be. Ooh, and Archangel 150 streak. That's impressive. Holy wow, friend. Phase 5. Here we go. This is where I wanted to be. Because what I need to see is my little note here of how many of each thing I'm looking to create and what items are in the area that have not already been tapped. And also at what qualities for the nodes. So that's the important factors. That's why I'm in the game right now. Otherwise, I'd just go straight to the website I intend to use. Because I wouldn't... Otherwise, we're not changing off of this screen for a while. If I'm being honest. Or at least, yeah, we're probably not changing off this screen for a bit. It's fine, because I'll be showing you the website, so you won't be like looking at the same thing the entire time. I promise. It will be interesting. And this might be the first time some of you are seeing how this calculator works. Plenty of coal. a singular normal Caterium, which is not phenomenal, but I mean, it'll do. I can effectively make a pure SAM node, although it's going to be a little bit obnoxious to do so, but it's possible. I have to combine 3 different nodes together to make it work. Unless I go way far down to grab that other normal. I am willing to bet that there is probably some amount of pure coppers and irons somewhere nearby. Generally speaking, there usually are in given areas. Yeah, there's some pure irons there. Bunch of pure irons. And I can combine 2 of the normal coppers together to make a pure. Uh, there's also a pure Caterium there I can tap. So I've got extra Caterium if need be. Vilofar, thank you for clocking in. So, okay, I've got a pretty decent chunk of material here to play off of. And
Hello,
plenty of
Vilifar.
limestone. And latent, hello, friend. Thank you for clocking. And, okay. Not game capture backup, is it? No, it's not game capture backup. I think I don't have one of those at the ready, but it should be fine. I need window capture. Call it satisfactory calculator. And that's exactly the one it happens to be on. Perfect. One moment. I am adjusting this stuff on the fly. So this will take me a moment or two to kind of get right. That should work. Okay, almost done here. This should show everything I need it to show. If not, I'll adjust it. But I'm also trying to like protect stuffs here. Oh, no promise, Pyromancer. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for clocking in. It is absolutely fine. Okay, so I'm gonna strike that item. So we start 2 ballistic warp drives. This is the number of machines I think I wanted for each one. Yeah, this is the number of machines I think I figured out I could make for each one. I'm double checking this. Yeah, that sounds about right. So, 2 ballistic warp drives total. 1 machine. Yeah, this is the number of machines. 4 expansion servers and the biochemical sculptor. 10. So how this thing works is start by telling it what you want to produce. So biochemical sculptors. Items per minute, 10. Perfect. Then AI expansion servers. Items per minute, 4. No, I said... Thank you. And finally, the ballistic warp drive at total of 2 a minute. Now, it's saying it can't calculate. That's because I've got a bunch of disabled recipes here, so that's fine. I can adjust this in a second. But that's the first thing I wanted to start with. Then we've got this big ol' list of recipes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just turn all of them on, and then I'll start kind of shrinking ones down as I don't need them. Like, if I know I don't need black powder or something like that. Basically, this is a way to kind of clue it in to specific, the use of specific alternates. And finally, I can say as an item input that I actually have some stuff already producing. So MFG's at 10 a minute, TPR's at 5, nuclear pasta at 1, ADS is at 3. Magnetic field generators at 10, yep. Thermal propulsion rockets at 5. Again, these are per minute, in case folks are wondering. Nuclear pasta. I can probably put the nuclear pasta saying it's at 2 a minute if it's a big issue. But I'm going to set it at least at the initial one that I'm actually making. And that's some... Oh, I'm blanking on what the hell the ADSs are in full. Adaptive, no, that's ACUs. Assembly director systems. And that is 3 a minute. So, by doing this, let me show you what we have so far. Life Forcer, thank you for clocking in. Here, it figures out the best possible solution for all of your stuff. There's a lot here that I need to kind of modify. But this is the hard part, where I start to just kind of go in and make adjustments. Basically. So you can see here the thermal propulsion rockets are already accounted for, so we're good. The magnetic field generators are accounted for, so we're good. The nuclear pasta's fully accounted for, or at least should be fully accounted for. Now I can start kind of cutting back on the recipes I don't want it to draw off of. So here, I'm going to strip away the standard, like, ingot recipes. It shouldn't be using those because they're not efficient, and, like, only put on the specific ingot recipes I want. Thankfully, you can kind of reduce the amount of stuff up here to just make it easier and faster to find what you're looking for. So take off that one. Take off steel. Take off all of the basics for deuterium, copper. And the basic for aluminum. If I gotta make aluminum, I'm doing it a different way. Basic iron comes off. Coke steel ingot is in. Compacted steel is okay if that's what I need to do, but I prefer coke steel ingot. It's way more efficient. Copper alloy, iron alloy, pull the leached ones. Pull the pure ones, even though I've got water nearby, because they're just not as good for the way I like to run stuff. The alloys are perfectly good, especially copper and iron. Pull solid steel. I'm okay to have tempered deuterium, but I don't need tempered copper. So that's step one. We're going to grab quartz as well, in case I do need to mess with quartz at all. Nantat, thank you for clocking in. Welcome, welcome. I have plenty of quartz around the area. So this is where I'm going to pull up the map. Yeah. I've got 2 pures and a normal. I'm not lacking quartz. So at this point, now here is a thing I can take into consideration. See here? That's a way to get another type of ore out of a node. So I've got a ton of quartz. What if I don't need a lot of quartz, but I'm finding I need more Caterium or I want a faster way of getting access to I can't do it for bauxite. But Caterium or copper. Well, there you go. That's what those are there for. They let you use the reanimated SAM and some of that material and literally transform it into something else. But I'm not interested in that. So I don't need any of that right now. Fused quartz crystal is viable. Quartz purification is not. Hiya Hawk, welcome in. Hi Fred. Thank you, friend. And pure quartz crystal is also off the table. I'm going to use the fused because I think that's my better bet for this particular one. So that's quartz, that's that. Now I need petroleum coke. There's only one recipe for, so I don't worry about that. But I am going to grab up heavy oil residue. I don't need to worry about packaged and unpackaged, so strike those off the list. Oil. Right, that one is under polymer resin, but I don't particularly need a lot of polymer resin. Polymer resin is only helpful for turning into plastic and rubber, which I might need some of, but that's fine. I also know I definitely want to use oil-based diamonds if I can, because that's going to be way simpler than any of the other diamond recipes, and I'm going to need a lot of those. So I'm taking off the OG, which is a lot of coal into a diamond. I'm taking off turbo, because I'm not dragging turbo fuel over here. Do I peel away pink diamonds as an option? That's sort of tempting, because that's utilizes quartz crystal. I don't want the petroleum coke one. I don't want cloudy. Do I allow cloudy? Cloudy is not bad. Cloudy utilizes a fair chunk of limestone, but limestone's something I've got aplenty. However, it's regular coal. I'm kind of looking to not have to use a ton of regular coal for this process, if I can get away with it. Which is why I'm much happier using oil-based if it'll work. No guarantees it'll work. I suppose in that case I could also still enable the petroleum diamonds. Because there's plenty of oil to draw on, but that's... So the petroleum diamonds ends up requiring a lot more processing to get there. Because you've got to take the oil, crude oil, turn it into heavy oil residue, do something with the crystals you get out on as the waste product, and then turn that heavy oil residue into petroleum coke. If I don't bother with having that in there, just like if I don't bother with pink diamonds or cloudy, I can always add those in later if I'm finding I need it more. So copper, iron. And now here's where I'm going to start taking a look at the actual like thing itself and seeing what it's calling for here. Circuit boards. What in the world do I need circuit boards for? Smart computers. Or, supers. Yeah, okay. That tracks. Okay. In that instance... Sloppy Illumina, I'm happy that it's calling that up. That's good. That's very good. That's not bad for, oh god, that's a lot of particle accelerators. I think I'm overclocking particle accelerators for this thing. I don't want 5 machines. That's a lot. So... Sulfur. What in the world do I need? Batteries? What requires batteries in the bunch? Yeah. Okay. Which of these things actually calls for batteries? This is why I'm doing this, by the way. You can see I'm running into... Wait, what needs batteries? Supercomputers. I've got an alternate I can pull for supercomputers. That'll get batteries out of the mix. I want OCs. I don't want superstate. Get that off there. And that means I should be able to kill the batteries off and I don't have to worry about them. Yeah. It means I've got to make radio control units, but radio control units aren't terrible. Also, I've got an ad kicking off in about a minute, so... Just to let everyone know, if you need to get up and grab something to eat or drink or whatever the case may be, this is a really good time to do so. Okay, so I'm taking off the standard supercomputer recipe. I'm taking off the standard computer recipe. That thing's abysmal. I hate using it. I'm also dropping Caterium, so I'm limiting myself to just crystal. That means I need circuit boards. Take off the regular. Take off the electrode and Caterium. Just leave the silicon circuit board. Basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to simplify down as much as I can of the stuff leading up to everything. Now I'll go down here and I'll continue kind of looking at stuff. The fixating gets off of aluminum. 5 bauxite in the area. That's not entirely unreasonable. Because I think I still need it for at least something here. Yeah, I see heat exchanger. I see, right, cooling devices. So, yeah, that, I do need aluminum regardless. That tracks. Coated iron plate is reasonable, actually. That's a pretty good recipe. I'll take that. Electromagnetic motors. Control rods, rotor motor. Do I want that? Or do I want to junk that as fast as I can? Oh, dark matter. Dark matter crystals. Let's make that entirely off of dark matter residue. It's, frankly speaking, the simplest of the bunch. And I've got plenty of stuff for it. Used quartz crystal. Insulated crystal oscillators. Was that one? I think I... Yes, actually, that sounds right. No regular crystal oscillators, just insulated. That's why I need AI limiters. Tempered deuterium, that's fine. Oh yeah, oil-based diamonds, because now I don't need a lot of diamonds at this point. Don't need a lot of time crystals. Although, I am going to want to up some of these numbers to get some extra of this, some of these things going to main base, so I'll worry about that in a second. Excited photonic. That's looking fine. I don't need extra singularity cells. Because I can just, for the main base, I can leech off of what's already being produced to feed the portal system. That's okay. The trigons are okay. Coated iron. That's heat sinks. Aluminum casing rubber versus ingot and copper. I'm okay with more machines on that. Let's strike you off the list. Heat sinks. Oh, no, that works off of sheet, doesn't it? Welcome back from ads, everyone. This process here might take a little while, by the way, which is why I kind of specified that I was going to need to... I was going to have to worry about some stuff here. And why I didn't get started the other day. But bear with me. We'll figure this out before too much longer. Cooling systems. So I can do it instead with nitrogen gas, water, rubber heat sinks. Or have some motors in the mix. I think I'd rather have motors for this one. That one tracks. And if it only needs 4 motors in, can I drop the electromagnetic control rods? Because they're kind of obnoxious to make. Uh, although they're not bad. Otherwise, it's rotor stator. And are there rotors anywhere in this bunch? Or does this completely remove the need for rotors? Not that I mind making rotors. They're pretty simple, honestly. Nope, there's rotors. Why would you ever make screws out of... No! Oh god, no. Why would you do that? Steel screw, please. Get this cast screw off. There's no reason to make rods at all at any point in this process. As far as my brain is concerned, there's no good reason. Bauxite off of copper. Do I have bauxite nearby? Yeah, actually, I can pull bauxite directly. Why is it making the bauxite off of copper? I mean, that's easier from a certain stance, but that's way more awkward. Let me get that converter recipe out of there. Because, no. I can see why you might want that in some instances, but... am I spelling it wrong? Bauxite. Oh, right, because it's only ever a standard recipe, isn't it? Do not use alternatives for bauxite. I don't need to worry about them. In fact, I don't want any of the converter ones for any of the stuff here. It looks like... I'm gonna pull up something to shrink down this list. There we go. That's better.
Right.
Hey, Tora!
Tora!
Hi,
Hi.
friend.
Tora is
How are
back.
you?
Adventure. Tora's okay.
Yay! Back from adventure. Awesome. Iron wire. Am I okay with that?
I got a new thing.
Ooh.
I got a stick shift for my racing setup.
Oh, nice. Well, that's exciting.
Ah!
That is exciting.
My sister gave it to me for Christmas.
Yay. Excellent. This doesn't need much wire, does it? I suppose that's okay. If I don't have to tap Caterium, that's probably worth it? The Caterium's close enough. I'm tapping the damn Caterium. It's easier that way. So, iron wire off. Unixbit, thank you for clocking in. Welcome, welcome. I'll take fused. I'll take Caterium wire. I'll take out quick wire cable, because I don't... Actually, do I need cables at all? Let's see. Sorry, don't mind me, Tora. I might be a little bit easily distracted here. I'm figuring out... I'm mathing stuff with the help of a satisfactory calculator.
No worries.
Like,
I
an
miss
online
you.
one. I miss you too, friend. I miss you too. Actually, I
miss
was
you
talking
too.
with Toaster earlier
Oh,
about hoping to be able to figure out a way that we can all kind of meet up, the team, at some point in the future. Like RL meetup. Moth
Ooh.
is a moth. Hi, hello, friend.
Hello,
Okay,
Moth.
I see somebody who definitely needs a shout out there. Is it you? Yeah, it's a you. Hello. And Blaze, thank you for clocking in. Oh, Moth as well, thank you for clocking in. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little bit tired. It's a Sunday, it's normal. Um, Especially since I'm up at like somewhere between 7 and 8 a.m. in the morning on Sundays, which is why I started a little early today. I might end a little early, but it'll mean I'll get sleep earlier. Night shift showed up en masse. I appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Especially since, I don't know, some folks might not find this to be the most interesting thing in the world of what I'm doing here. But I hope this will be helpful to folks who are like, who take a look at Satisfactory stuff and are like, that is way too complicated. I could never. Tools like this exist, and they make setting up, like planning out big factories, big plants, much simpler. You just kind of take out this recipe, add this recipe until you get something that looks good for you, that you like the sound of. So, fused. Okay, fused wire I can accept. Though I almost wonder if fused is even necessary there. Considering it's not a lot of wire. It's really not a lot of wire. I don't want fused. How are you how are you doing? How is your and Toaster's Christmas stuffs? Same goes to everyone else in chat. How are your Christmases? I hope they went fantastically. Yeah, I don't need fused. Quick fused wire, get that out of here.
Mine was blah.
That is valid. That is
I
valid.
believe I've already talked about why mine was blah.
I think you did, yeah. Where in the world is... Oh... AI limiters. I was like, where in the world is Quickwire even coming into the picture here? It's the limiters, and there's no avoiding those. They're necessary in this... somewhere in this mess of, stuffs. Okay. Holy, that's a lot of... I do... Hold on. I don't think I can make that much reanimated Sam. I don't think I can get that much Sam ore into this place. Why do you need that much reanimated? Dark matter. Right. It's the dark matter crystals. That's why. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. One of the things that I need that is going to get produced as somewhere down the line here spits out dark matter residue. Not a lot, not enough to... Oh, balance. How to fix this? Well, I can make more superposition oscillators. That'll help. Sort of. They eat dark matter crystals. That's a slight problem. I might have to be willing to do an alternate, a different alt for the dark matter crystals, because that's not happening. I don't have that much SAM ore in the area. So I've got the OG standard I can use, or I've got the dark matter trap, which uses time crystals. Time crystals are viable. How does this change everything? Please tell me that means I don't need anywhere near as much of this stuff. That would make my life way simpler. Yeah, now we're down to about 700 SAM ore. That is a lot more reasonable. Okay. It's a little bit more in the way of the oil-based diamonds, but again, I'm pretty sure there's more than enough crude oil to go around. Steam copper sheet, yeah, that tracks. Alumina solution needs it. Residual rubber, yep, that tracks too. Okay. Wet concrete, I will strike off the list because I have another alternative that takes that water out of the picture. And shouldn't affect things too much. Yeah, okay. That's looking good so far. Concrete. Strike the regular recipe because that's awful. Strike wet concrete and run with either fine or rubber. Let's say rubber, because I can make more rubber relatively easily. It's not a big deal. That'll ease up the water amount that I need. Yeah, that's a lot better. 900 some odd crude oil, though. Or, oh, 1,000 crude oil. That's a lot of crude oil to need for the process. I think that's okay. Where's all that crude oil going to? Heavy oil residue into a lot of petroleum coke. Yeah, that tracks. Honestly, I'm willing to work with the other Caterium one. Space is less of an issue out here. And I think that eases up on the... Oh, not by much. The bulk of the petroleum coke goes up to... Oh. No. I don't want you. Get. Okay, I see half the problem. It's the scrap. So, I get why the game is... Actually, no, that is the correct one, isn't it? $20. $12 in, 20 out versus 4 and 6 out. I think 6 out is the one I want. Or is it the 30? No, it's not the 30. It's not instant. Because instant requires pulling in sulfuric acid, and that's kind of a no-go. Is it electrode aluminum? Let me take a look at that. Yeah, no, I don't want that. Okay. I do not need that recipe. So here's the trick. With the ingot recipe, with my preferred aluminum ingot recipe, The standard scrap recipe is plenty. In fact, it actually, the math equals out perfectly, whereas the 300, the math might still be okay, but it'll be a little bit funny. And if I don't have to make even more petroleum coke there, that's helpful. Because that should greatly reduce the amount of oil that's getting used. Apparently not. Apparently the diamonds are still eating up like a ton of it because I need a lot of time crystals. Okay. Well, I'm gonna need to bring back more than one pipe of oil. That's just the nature of the beastie, apparently. No real choice in the matter. Temperature Terrium really is a decent recipe, so I can understand that. Heavy oil residue, good. Yeah, and the polymer resin out. And that should be more than enough polymer resin for rubber and a little bit of rubber, a little bit of plastic. Wait, recycled? Oh, is that part of why you're using so much oil? You're making fuel? No. Get recycled recipes out. I do not want those. Also, cut the regular recipes out too. Just give me residual. Standard rubber out. Keep residual. Kill the recycled rubber. Keep rubber concrete. Okay, does that slow down, reduce the amount of oil that it's thinking I need? Still not by much. Well, at least I don't have to make fuel. Why are you making residual fuel? What in the... Oh, that's its way of... I can ignore the residual fuel there. I don't need to worry about that because I'm just going to sink the... any extra polymer resin that happens to be in the system. I'll just drop it into a sink and be done with it all. That'll be fine. Steel cast plate is... yeah. It's not my favorite iron plate recipe, but it's as viable as any of the others, I suppose. It's not a bad one. Standard rotors. Standard rotors. Okay, that's half the issue. I forgot to take out the standard rotor recipe. There's isn't any really good reason to having that one. There's enough... I can make enough steel or enough to make the screws necessary or the steel pipe necessary for this to be... either of these to be viable. And I think I want copper over any of the other options here. Let me also make sure that stators, I'm not doing anything incredibly stupid. Or... let's take quick wire out of the picture. For that, I don't need that. Regular's okay. All clad casing. Yep. Good. Good, good. Has not changed the amount of oil I need. But I don't think there's a way to mess with that. Unless I add an alternative diamond recipe in. And I almost wonder if that might be worth the while. Let me see what happens if I let petroleum coke diamonds get back in the picture. I'm gonna re-enable petroleum diamonds and see if that, like, shrinks my oil needs. Or if it makes it worse. It really doesn't change much, does it? Because it still wants... four of those. What's the amount out for those? Back into the main game to see this. Diamond. Petroleum produces 30 a minute, but it requires a lot of petroleum coke. Whereas oil-based is 40 a minute on 200 oil. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop the petroleum coke one off the list in its entirety. That honestly doesn't make enough of a difference to be worthwhile. Okay. Now game is saying standard motor recipe. That's very nice. Because standard motor recipe is actually means I now no longer need to worry about the electromagnetic control rods. I'm pretty sure. And that cuts back on some stuff. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm liking that look better. Also, don't need a lot of dark matter residue to make the crystals. Presumably because there's enough. Yeah, most of it's coming off the dark matter trap, and the superposition oscillators providing a lot of the residue necessary for that. Cool. That works. Excited photonic matter. Yes, yes. Okay, this is starting to look good. I'm just seeing if there's anything else I want to strike off the list. Or if there's anything else I might want to add in. So now the only other question becomes, do I look to... What products do I need to send some back to main base? Because that's going to mess with numbers, and I have to adjust that a little bit. So, options. Diamonds are already getting done back at home, so that's not a big deal. Fix-it ingots and trigons are getting done there. We're good on all of that. Dark matter crystals are more or less a thing you make where you need it sort of idea. So superposition oscillators, the neural quantum processors, I want like some amount of those. Oh, and that'll be nice. It'll add some more dark matter residue into the system if I up those amounts a little bit. It ups the time crystal requirement, but I think that'll be okay. Well, no, that gets done elsewhere, doesn't it? Yeah, that would happen near where the alien power, where the augmenter would be. Could I move the augmenter out here? I might be able to move the augmenter out here. Okay, so here's my thought process on possibly why I might want to move the thing out this way. These alien power matrices say, okay, here, put some of these into the augmenter, and you get. I think it boosts the power that the thing itself creates. I gotta see for sure, like how much it adds it by. All I know is that's a lot of superposition oscillators for just 2.5 of these things a minute. And it requires me to make power shards. Something I probably need to start doing, honestly. Because I only have so many power slugs still in the world. Yeah, let's see. That does spit out some additional dark matter residue. Which I can then use to go flow back into stuff. Let's have it produce some... Yeah, let's add into the list of stuff to produce a little bit of that. Why not? I can always move the power out here. Actually, that's perfect, now that I think on it. Let's see how much this complicates it. I'm probably making my life a lot more difficult than I need to. So... hold on. I need to bounce back to... What is the nearest place for it? Probably main base. Eh. I'm going to temporarily turn that off so you can see what I'm doing in game. Yeah, just staying near main base is best bet, I think. I don't have one of these for the place I'm trying to get to, because I need to see a thing, and I don't know how the game handles it at this point in time. Yeah, there we go. Granted, it's not far from where we are, but still, it's a little bit of a trip. 2, 3... That's the thing we're off to go over to. I'm basically going to see how much those little matrices change things. To see if it's worth making them now, or if it's just kind of like a... Make enough as a curiosity so I can say I've automated it, you know? That's kind of my thinking on the matter. It eats it at 5 a minute. So the question is, does that enhance... If it only enhances the overall output, like the output of the thing itself, then I don't know that I worry about this. Because I need to make 5 a minute to feed this thing reasonably. And that would be kind of awful. Reason I say that. Bouncing back to the calculator. Is the matrix is. They produce at a rate of 2.5 a minute, requiring 7.5 superposition oscillators and a bunch of power shards. So you got to make like 2 machines on, or a machine and a half effectively. Yeah, 3 machines actually. 3 machines making the synthetic power shards, which is already a lot of material. Superposition oscillators get made at 5 a minute, so that's 3 machines of making the oscillators just for that alone, which is a lot more of the dark matter crystals. The photonic matter is easy to get your hands on, and the SAM fluctuator... Oh, fuck, right, it needs SAM fluctuator. Never mind, if I mess with alien power matrices, I mess with them somewhere else. I might not even mess with them at all. That's not worth my time. Okay. So at this point, the stuff I'm concerned to get a little bit more of is possibly those superposition oscillators. I'm looking again to where they are in the system. Superposition oscillator, here we are. We're getting 8 a minute out here. If I just feed enough to make 2 full machines, which should be easy, I'm at 10, or I can do 15. No, buddy. Stop. Assembly director system. Get it right. Superposition oscillator at 2 a minute. What does that do to my numbers? Mostly, my concern here is... My concerns are on the SAM ore and the oil. Crude oil is fine. It's singular pipe. We're good there. Okay. The SAM ore is still within bounds of a singular an effective pure node. That's good. Can I shove this up to 7? Yes, it does not change the numbers much. That's 3 machines on the oscillators, so that's good. So superposition oscillators. Dark matter crystals are fine. I want some neural quantum processors in the mix. Singularity cells I can just tap off from what's being done at main base. And while it would be nice to have some extra dark matter crystals on hand, I don't know how helpful they are. Besides the fact that they let you get away with making synthetic power shards, but... Yeah, let's keep this I say keep this simple. Let's keep this relatively simple. We're going to ship back some of the neural quantum processors. And then I can worry about the rest another time. Neural quantum processors. We'll set you to 1 a minute to start. Because I'm already making some for a part in this situation. And basically, I need to make sure that I'm not, like, increasing the machine totals for some of these by too much. 4 per minute is, I think, what the standard recipe makes, isn't it? Oh yeah, that did nothing to the numbers. Neural quantums. Neural quantums are at a rate of 3 per minute. Okay. One there. 4 there. So yeah, that's the 5. So if I make 2 a minute, it's okay. Time crystals, supercomputers, fixed site trigons, and the photonic matter. Now, the nice thing about producing more of the neural quantum processors, specifically, is it pushes more dark matter residue into the system, and more dark matter residue into the system reduces other requirements, because I need to make less of it. I'm basically recycling a little bit there, which is why I'm willing to push these numbers a little bit higher. Okay, now it's trying to put in the electric motor. Game, no, let's not deal with the electric motor. It's not that much faster. It's not that much more efficient. And I definitely don't want a rigger motor. Okay. Yeah, just let me just work with the standard motor recipe. It's fine. Wait. Oh. Wait. When did adaptive control units come into play here? Does this mean I don't have enough? Sorry, folks, don't mind me. I'm getting confused about where in the hell the need to make assembly director systems are coming into play. Oh, because I'm telling it. Oh, that's why. Right. Because I accidentally put the wrong thing back. I meant to put back ballistic warp drives. That explains it. Okay. Okay. Confusion taken care of. I'm still within the bounds of what I can handle for the Samor. That's fine. Crude oil is up. Oh, yeah, no, those numbers are... That's the numbers I was expecting to see. That's why my oil numbers read so bloody low. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. All clad. You want the alternate for the casing. I'm not sold that the alternate for the casing is that much better. I'll take a look at it and see. Honestly, making a little bit more aluminum out of this thing isn't an issue. All-clad casing. So, aluminum casing. Okay, it's marginally better, but I think I want to go with the standard for the cycle time difference and the fact that it's a constructor as opposed to an assembler. That does matter to a degree. At least to me it matters to a degree. So now... Casing... I do not want all clad. Just give me the regular. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. That's fine. That's fine. All clad sheet. Yep, that's good. It's now defaulting to standard heat sinks. I'm good with that. I'm much better. I like the standard heat sinks for this better anyway, honestly. AI limiters for the... Where in the... AI limiters? Where in the hell are those going? Come on, buddy. Show me. What do you actually need AI limiters for? They're down here. Right. The crystal oscillators. Okay, that tracks. That tracks. Steel screw, standard stator, standard motor. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I'm good with that. Good, 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 good. I think the way to cut down on the petroleum coke usage here is... Where is the bulk of this going? Most of the crude oil is still going to the diamonds. Yeah, okay. It's a very small amount that goes into making anything else. And that makes sense. I need more polymer resin at this point than I do heavy oil residue for everything. Basically, what I'm trying to kind of do here, what I'm tempted by, is dropping the tempered caterium ingots. As I don't know if that's all that helpful. I feel like I could get... I'd need a little more space, perhaps, but I could get just as much out of the one that utilizes copper. But the trick there is that it doesn't use a lot of petroleum coke. It's 30 a minute. It's still one machine making petroleum coke currently. I'm just not entirely happy with the fact that that's more than 2 full pipes worth of crude oil. So I think I have to come find a diamond alternate, because that's a little bit much. I could go cloudy. I could go to pink diamonds. Maybe I go pink diamonds. It requires a little bit more in the way of quartz crystal. But honestly, that's just a bit more coal into everything, and that's not a big deal. Let me see what the actual, like, output numbers for all the different diamond recipes are, because I don't know it off the top of my head. Oh. Well, I don't have that one unlocked. So, there's an issue. I couldn't use that anyway, because I don't have that available to me. Okay. 20 a minute on this is not... Oh boy. Thank you, Vilafar. Thank you. Let me flip back over here. Don't mind the noise this thing's making, folks. My apologies. Is there still a mam over here? There is! Oh. There we go. That makes me happy. Hard drive library. Do I have... I do. I can take pink diamonds. I was hoping I could. Okay. Hard drive library. Is there anything else that looks like it would be useful? There's compacted steel. I'm not interested in compacted steel. I don't really feel the need for a lot of the other stuff currently. I'll grab aluminum rod because if I ever find I need a rod again, that's kind of nice to have. I'll grab quick wire cable. It could come in handy at some point. Okay, notoquartz purification. No, no, no. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to move away from the noisy stuff there for a little bit. Okay, we've got another Eurobeat set. I can run with this. It's an older one, so it's a little softer. So let me pull its volume up a touch. Hopefully that volume level is still good, folks. Let me know if it's a little too loud, and I will adjust it accordingly. So, okay, I can do pink diamonds, which means now I can actually take a look at the pink diamond recipe. Here. 15 a minute. But it's on a hell of a lot less coal. So currently, I'm utilizing a recipe that... This is the one I'm looking to use. 200 crude oil in, 40 diamonds out. It's a really good production rate. It's the best production rate you get. And it means it's diamonds being done up all like everything else in a particle accelerator, but it's just bring in a liquid, go. Super simple. The problem with any of the other good diamond recipes is you either need to make a lot of something else. Like, this one is great. 30 a minute is fantastic, but it chews through a lot of petroleum coke. And this is where I'm going to be within the main of the game. So I can just kind of get a sense for things. The issue for petroleum coke, 40 heavy oil, it's a 1:3 ratio. 1, basically. So the heavy oil residue. Let me see. So here's the trick. If you focus in on heavy oil residue... Maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. Let me try this. I'm going to put back on petroleum diamonds. How does that change the math on the oil? SAM ore is fine. It brings crude oil down into two full pipe territory. That might be doable.
Also, I would like to double down on what Vilafar says and tell you that you, Astral, are absolutely fucking awesome, and I'm thrilled to have met you.
Aw, thank you.
Jack,
oh no, it's
quick,
more.
We need to compliment Astral more.
It's more crude oil. Nope, never mind. Let me drop the oil-based diamonds off that in its entirety. How's that looking now? Is it better? 1400. That's a hell of a lot closer. It's... Actually, no, that's worse. Oh, God. And Oh, fuck, that's a lot of refineries. uh... Pink diamonds? Can I do this entirely off of the pink diamond recipe? Is that okay? Because, that crude oil number is getting worse. I don't like this. That's a problem. Also, look at that number. If you're not overclocking the things, almost 47 refineries just for the heavy oil residue? That's, harsh. I don't like it. Even on max OC, that's terrible. Absolutely terrible. 55.20 a minute. It's not... Oh, that's why I need... I'm seeing the problem. I need a ton of time crystals and a ton of petroleum coke if I'm using that recipe. Pink diamonds? Only 215 crude oil, 800 SAM. Doable. Okay. Now my concern is coal. How much coal does this need? Where are you, coal? Oh, thank you, Vilofar. Much appreciated. Much, much appreciated. No, seriously, where is the coal on this list? Because the diamonds are now operating off of a completely different recipe, but I'm having a hard time finding where they are in the listing. Diamonds? Diamonds? Where are you? Come, friend. I thought I struck that one. No. Do not have any of the ones. Don't make me use that for anything. I don't need to. Get out. I'm fine tapping another node. There's easy to reach Caterium, friend. It's fine. I don't need to chew through more of a much harder to get SAM node stuff to make that viable. Silly game. Or silly calculator. Yeah, that's fine. Not that it made that huge a difference. But nah, I'm good with that. That bauxite number is a little rough, though, I'll admit. What's the node in the map in the area? Okay, stop that. There we go. It's a normal? That might complicate matters. I can get 600 at most out of a normal node? Yeah, I can get 600. I might need to create some bauxite out of the thing. I may not have a choice in the matter. Yeah, because otherwise I'm getting it from here. And I don't want to tap those if I can help it. Okay. That's why I'm doing this, folks. To see if there's problems somewhere in the chain. And there are problems somewhere in the chain. Speaking of problems in the chain. What is the regular alumina solution doing in there? Get. I do not want to have to recycle silica. Get out of here. Deuterium node tapped. That's fine. Granted, I need the silica, but I'd much rather make what I need and then go from there. It simplifies stuff so much more for me. Pet coke is fine. Yeah. Yeah, just give me the sloppy alumina. I'm much happier with the sloppy alumina. Okay, yikes. That's a coal number. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh boy. Is that possible? Can I do that? More normals and easy reach. That's effectively 2 pures. So that's 2,400 right there. I need to go down here for this set of SAM ores anyway, so I've got to bring up a little bit more. Yeah, okay. I can do that. I've got the coal covered. That's not a big deal. Okay. That functions. Because otherwise, I have a normal node here as far as the SAM ore is concerned. So if I combine that normal, which is 600, and that impure, that's 900. Yeah. That should be fine. I might still go grab that one anyway, because I need that bauxite. I think I still go grab it anyway, and I just make as much as I can out of the entire thing. Okay, so that's okay. That works. Okay, so coal's fine. It's a lot of coal, but it's doable. 3 grand, almost 3,100 is within bounds. The SAM ore is within bounds. Deuterium, crude oil, well within bounds, no issues. And I can always relieve the pressure on the coal a little bit by doing some of them as oil diamonds. I don't have to use the same one everywhere. It's fine. If I use a blend of them, I can adjust this as need be. Welcome back from ads, by the way, everyone. Okay. Copper rotor crystal computers. I think we have we're almost there with kind of the perfect setup. There's one more thing I want to do, and I want to strike one more recipe off the list, and that's silica. Technically speaking, cheap silica is an easier recipe, but it uses bigger machines, and I want to avoid the bigger machines if I can help it. It doesn't really change the numbers in any other way, thankfully. Not as far as I'm aware. There's tons of quartz in the area regardless, so I'm not hugely concerned. Yep. Reanimated going into making the fixite ingots. That's correct. We're good. The pure... That's a lot of smelters, but it's a lot of smelters. Smelters, I can easily compact that into less machines, or smelters are pretty small, so 30 some odd smelters actually isn't bad. Fused quick wire is fine. I actually kind of like fused quick wire. That's good. That's good. Okay. So, I think I'm happy with this. I think I'm finally happy with this. Yeah, that's a little over one full thing of the raw quartz out of necessity. What else is drawing so much raw quartz? Quartz crystal. Right, because the diamonds are now running off of quartz crystal. It comes back to the diamonds every time, doesn't it? The good news is the bauxite... Oh, no, the bad news is the bauxite's still stupid high. That's a problem. I might need to convert some bauxite. What can I do to get my hands on some bauxite? I can convert caterium, copper, nitrogen, raw quartz, or uranium. What is... We're in this area. What do I have the most of that I can reasonably operate and do the conversion? And what's got the best rate on it, too, is the question. Because rate matters here. Helium. Copper. Oh, right, no, you need bauxite to make those. So I can make nitrogen gas, but I can just tap it. I can make raw quartz, but I can just tap it. I don't see a reason to mess with that. So my choices are caterium or copper. Caterium, there's a pure node down here I can grab, or I can probably get it off of here. I'll plug that one in because that actually does function. Quartz, or sorry, copper is a little bit awkward. One node, so one normal, two normal. There's a pure down here. And I'm going to be heading down this way regardless. Because I want these two SAM nodes. So that's... Okay, so either of those work. It's 120 a minute always. 180 a minute of the other material. 10 reanimated SAM. The problem is the reanimated SAM doesn't come cheap. How bad is it if I put in caterium or copper? It's going to do all the bauxite off of copper from the look of it. It pushes my SAM numbers to still within the realm of possibility. 1100 is still okay. I can get 1200 without too much difficulty. So that I can work within. Hold on, let me put the thing back on. Sorry, I'm forgetting to kind of swap back and forth between these a little bit. I'm not used to this. The other question is copper. It's 1.5 full belts. But honestly, I can just take what it's saying for copper-based for this and substitute caterium because it's the same rate. In fact, I'm going to drop the copper one off. And the Caterium... Actually, the Caterium's better. I think the Caterium's a little more efficient now that I'm thinking on it. So, Caterium here. Yeah, 300... Wow, that's dramatic. That's a dramatic cut on the amount of copper ore that needs to be coming in. That's something else. And the Caterium ore is still a really small amount. Hi? Why did you not calculate in the new Caterium numbers? Okay, I don't know why this isn't working. But it appears this recipe here is bugged. So I'll let the copper one be there. But when I go to make my notes on this, because that's the next step in this, I have notes that I then break this down into it easier to process stuff. So it's not wah. When I come in to break this down into my notes, I'm going to say use Caterium for this, because I'm pretty sure I can get away with using Caterium for this at more or less the same rate. Actually, a slightly better rate. It's 150 instead of 180 per. So, yeah, okay. That'll work. That'll work. So, yeah, at this point, I'm content. So now, what I'm going to end up doing is it's time to do the switch over. It's time to do the boil down to a little bit of a simpler thing. And here's the way I run that. I start from one of the things I'm looking to do. Also, heads up, folks, I might be a little bit slow catching stuff for chat, because now I'm going to need to have this on this window and a Word document on the vertical one, which is where I've got chat currently. So apologies if I miss something. Give me a few moments to kind of catch it. Or Callista, if you want to call out if there's something important comes way, feel free. That would be actually very helpful.
Best.
Much appreciated. Okay. So. That document lives... Is it just in the standard Dropbox documents? Yes. I'll load up the Phase 4 plant guide because I can mess stuff off of this. It's the easiest to work within. So, AI expansions, let's run it off you. AI expansion server. On one machine. And the AI expansion servers are four magnetic field generators, which is done off site, so I don't have to stress that one. Superposition oscillators. OSCILLATOR. And that's 4 of those. X4. Excited photonic matter. X100. Sounds like a lot, but it's not. It's a piped item, so it's really pretty easy to get your hands on. Neural quantums. Quantum processor times how much? 4. Okay. So first up, the superposition. I'd show the document I'm working on here, but the problem is it's not going to look terribly good for folks, and it's going to be like exceptionally awkward because it's on a vertical monitor. So I don't know that it would be kind of hard for everyone to read, which is the only reason I'm not bringing it up right away. I can show it if try to show it if folks would really prefer that, if that would be helpful. But that's only if folks, if you decide, if you're telling me, yeah, you want to see it, then I can do that for you. Okay, superpositions, it's 3 machines. I end up needing a lot more because I'm making a total of 7, a bunch a minute. Dark matter crystal, crystal oscillator. So the important thing for folks in chat is that the way I'm setting this up to work is I'm breaking down. I'm starting from the last thing I'm looking to produce. So the AI expansion servers in this case. And then I am saying, okay, it needs these things in these numbers. And then I go down and I break down the items that it needs into the next thing. So I'm now breaking down the superposition oscillators into their components. So dark matter crystal, for example, here as my first item. Which I kind of started with the doozy. I probably should have started with with an easier one, but, you know, why would I do that? Why would I make life easy on myself?
I don't know. Why would you make life easier on yourself?
Exactly. That's foolish talk. Making life easy? I'm a satisfactory player. We don't do that. We don't make our lives easy. Madness. Absolute madness. There's the crystals. Okay. Took me a moment to find them. Okay, so the dark matter crystals is for this is how much? 90. Dark matter crystal X 90. Dark matter crystals break down to 2.833. It's a weird ass number. I'm gonna round up to 3 because it's close enough, and the numbers when you're dealing with like that, it's close enough that I want 3 machines anyway. So dark matter crystal times 3. That is Oh, I see. I've got two different ways of making the dark matter crystals. This gets a little more complex. That makes sense, because I have extra dark matter residue come into play. So, and it's saying it doesn't want to throw me have to make a ton of extra time crystals. Because time crystals require diamonds, and diamonds are a pain in the ass, basically. That's fine. It just means I have two possible recipes in place. And I've got to account for that. So dark matter crystal X3, the first alt is the dark matter trap. And then we've got... Oh, actually, this will be fairly simple. Dark matter crystallization. Crystallization. And that's DMC X1. I'll type it out in full, why not? So dark matter crystal for the dark matter trap. That is off of the 2.833x number. You know what? I'm going to put the numbers as I see them here. 2.833. That way the numbers I have I'm writing down here, match. 425 residue. X 425. And time crystal X85. The crystallization is just 200 dark matter residue. Now this matters because I need to basically take whatever dark matter residue I'm creating and I need to split it out accordingly. So that's a matter of seeing, okay, where is the residue coming from for this particular thing? And it's looking like it's suggesting that the waste product off of the quantum encoders is off of the AI expansion servers is one of the spots that's being fed by, and the other 100 is coming off the neural quantum encoders or neural quantum processors. Yeah, that's where those two are coming off of. So that one there is happening entirely from it's being entirely recycled, which I kind of appreciate, actually. And I'm just going to make the note recycled. So I know it's recycled components. Or from waste? From waste. This is the first time I'm having to do it like this. So I'm needing to come up with kind of different ways of writing this all out. The dark matter trap is getting some of its residue that way. Actually, please tell me you're not getting all of the residue off those. Because I need a starter somewhere off for this game. Or calculator. That would be a problem. I think all of the dark matter residue it's looking at is recycled. That makes me nervous. Yeah, because the oscillators, the superposition oscillators shoot out 375. And then the remaining 50 that that thing needs comes off of the processors. I feel way nervous about that. So I suppose there the solution is to just bring in some dark matter crystals being produced elsewhere to jumpstart it. God, how do I actually fix this problem? This is a who. I did not expect the calculator to handle it like this. I'll put it that way. What's the bare minimum to get these both, like, operational? Because it gives a per minute amount, but that doesn't necessarily help me here. $150. Okay, so the trap is standard 150 a minute. Okay. It's the stuff the dark matter crystals go into. It was the neural processor, spits out some that needs time crystals. Well, okay, that one is viable. Because the time crystals don't require any of it, right? No, the time crystals are just diamonds. So yeah, that means the stuff coming off the neural quantum processors will flow without any issue. The stuff coming off of the oscillators will be an issue. Because I need some number of them to kickstart that machine. And the oscillators need 30 dark matter crystals a minute to get their stuff going. So it has me nervous here. The big reason I'm, like, super nervous about this as the solution is, simply put, if ever some component of the system goes down, resetting the system is going to be a massive pain in the butt. I almost wonder if I'm better off allowing, like, making some of the dark matter crystals out of the pure residue recipe, because the residue can be crafted off of reanimated SAM. I don't have a lot of reanimated SAM to play with, is the problem. Although I technically can get another normal node's worth. Because what I have in the region that's reachable, although some of them are a little bit of a stretch to reach, are 2 normals and 2 impures. So I basically have another 600 I can pull. Call it around 680. Yeah, call it around 690, really, but I'm going to just go off of 600. So if I'm operating off of 600 for that... Reanimated Sam goes into the residue at 50 a minute for 100. And you get 30 a minute off 120. So that normal node is enough for 4 machines. That's 60, 90, 120 total. That's enough for 200 dark matter residue. Give or take a little bit more on top of that. If I have that ready as something, as a potential jump start whenever stuff does go down, I think that's reasonable. Because then I can ensure that 100 of those go to the dark matter traps. A 100 goes to the dark matter crystallization. Okay, so yeah. And this, folks, is why you can't just copy over what the thing says sometimes. You have to think a little bit on occasion with some of this processing stuff. So that's good. Also note that dark matter crystal number is going to be a hell of a lot higher than what I'm outputting. Let me see what the output is. 170, 190 basically is the output. So I'm going to up this to be the correct output number, since I actually have the corrected output number. And on one of these, pop you over by 1. Not increase indent. Where are you, buddy? Oh no, increase indent is the correct thing to do there. The dark matter residue off of the... And is that the standard recipe? Yeah, it's standard recipe. That's not an alt. Dark matter residue X2. And that just needs 100 reanimated Sam. So that's not phenomenal, but I feel a lot safer if there's something that starts from the lowest material available without being entirely reliant on recycled components. Because I've gotten thoroughly shafted by relying on the recycled components in the past. I understand why the calculator is suggesting to use it, but I don't like the idea. I learned that lesson off of aluminum, I'll put it that way. The first time I ever tried aluminum, and the second too. Although the second was a mix, was a blend like what I'm attempting here, truthfully. So... there's that, I suppose. Superpositions. We're dark matter, crystal, crystal oscillator. The superpositions need 90 of them. Hopefully this is interesting enough for everyone. My apologies if it isn't. But I figured it would be a nice thing to give you all a little bit of a picture of what this ends up looking like. 15, 135 of the aluminum sheet. 375. And excited photonic matter, 375. Photonic matter, 375. Okay. So that takes into account the dark matter crystals. Good. Next up would be the crystal oscillators, which are going to break down even further. Of course, I chose the most complicated one for this first thing to type up. Now, I'm making way more than 15 crystal oscillators because I need some more for other things. I'm making... Okay, so not way more. I'm making 27 crystal oscillators. Apparently, I don't need that many, which is nice. 14.4? That's a lot of manufacturers. I'm totally overclocking those things. That's a bit much. Crystal oscillator times 27.
I just got 3,000 endo from a single mission. That is really good.
Oh, nice. Very, very nice.
It means I can level up my mods even further.
4. So the 14.4 I can treat as... that's a little too close to the half mark. It's... Basically, if it's close enough to... My round down... The point where I'm willing to round down for these machines is at, like, 0.25 quarter of something. Because usually with your cycle times and whatnot, it's okay to do that. But in this instance... 14.4 is a little risky to do that with. So I think I gotta up that number to 15. Or at least 14 and a half. 14 and a half. So let's do this at a 2x overclock. So I'm looking at 7.75. Yes. And this is the insulated crystal. Right. And for alts, since they usually use part of the name, I can just kind of go for a shortened version of it. So, insulated 2XOC. How did I denote OC overclocks here? I don't remember. That's fine. Yeah, okay, that works. Quartz, crystal, rubber, and AI limiters, and oh, brother. The good news is, though, that going about it this way, this one being as so stupid complicated as it's gonna be, I won't have much to type up for a lot of the others. So, this is a lot for now, but it's gonna work. The other nice thing is, I can have the mouse over on this monitor hovering over so I can see the stuff present, and just type up on the other one. Why having multiple monitors is a wonderful thing for stuff like this. I can only imagine how much of a pain in the butt it would be if I had to do this on one monitor. Rubber, 189, AI limiters. X27. Then crystal oscillators get shrunk in a little bit. increase the indent. Now we move to the quartz crystal. When I can find where the quartz crystal stuff is coming from. No, seriously, where's the quartz crystal? Oh, it's up here. Quartz crystal. Almost 18 foundries. I can live with 18 foundries. They're not terribly big in the scheme of things, so they don't take up a huge amount of space. And I have more room than than I'm initially thinking I have to play with here. I can extend out pretty far if need be. And this is on the fused recipe. This is close enough. I'm going to multiply. I'm going to round it up to the full 18. Quartz crystal fused at 1,333.333 on that last one being a slightly weird number. That's probably like 1,500 raw quartz, if I'm not mistaken. I'll double check these numbers a little bit later, because I don't know for sure if I'm got these numbers correct. I don't remember what the ratio for those guys is. You know, let's see it here. Quartz crystal. Ratio on the fused. 75 and 36 respectively. So to the calculator on my phone. I'm using so many calculators. And I will respond back to that in a little bit. Next break, I think I can respond there. 1,350. Okay, so I was off. I was way off on what that number was. 1,350 is still within the bounds of reasonable to kind of gather. And the coal number is 36 times that. 648. Yeah, that just shows how little those numbers increased. That's viable. So that's the quartz crystal. Rubber. Oh, okay, so the nice thing about rubber is I don't need to actually put its thing in, because the rubber is effectively... I treat stuff like rubber, plastic, and plastic as if like they're ingots. It's really easy to find those numbers. I don't need to stress them too much. Other stuff gets a little bit more finicky, but these ones at least are nice and simple, thankfully. Okay, now the AI limiters. Call it 5.5 assemblers worth. And that's standard recipe. 5.5 I can work with for this. That's not a big deal. 135 and 540
Damn
respectively.
I clipped through the floor.
Ah. Waffle.
I didn't even mean to this time.
Waffle, this web of madness is what I need to produce these items. This is phase 5. This is a calculator. I'll admit I like the other calculator a little bit more. Wait a minute. Although this is kind of nice because it gives you an overview. I like the other one a little bit better because it actually can give you a text breakdown, which is a little bit easier to read, not just the visualization breakdown, which is a bit of a pain. But you know what? I've gotten used to working with this. It's fine. It's fine. Don't sweat it. I'm translating it from this web of insanity into an easier to follow Word document. That's my current step. uh, it's fine, I promise. No, seriously, it's okay. I believe it's 150 and 540 respectively for the AI limiters. I'll adjust that in a moment or two. And quick wire X550. AI limiter numbers are usually pretty reasonable for that sort of thing. And then I have to break the AI limiter numbers down into copper sheet and quick wire, which is a bit of a pain, but you know what? It's okay. Because the copper sheet is indeed on an alternate. It's on the steamed. Times 12. 12 and a little bit over. I still think it's okay if I just do X12. What was the magic number for the copper sheet? Oh, right. It's 22 and a half. I remember the numbers. The numbers are obnoxious, but on the plus side, the numbers are the same. So it's a little bit less awful to remember how to make that all work out. Copper ingot X270. Water X270. And there's more copper that's... there might be more copper that's necessary. I'm going to double check that in a moment or two. Quick wire. Quick wire recipe is the fused, probably? This is the test to see how well I can remember. Yeah, it's fused. Fused times 6. Which means I can just steal its numbers directly here, which is good. So, Caterium ingot, X... 45... Copper ingot... X225. See, there's more copper ingots needed. And I'll just kind of combine all the numbers together for the copper ingots that they need once everything's said and done. It's going to be the fastest, easiest way to handle it. Okay, so that's the AI limiters. So that's the crystal oscillators. Now it's the aluminum sheets and the photonic matter. Got it. And this is just what's needed for the superposition oscillators. That's not even counting the frickin' neural quantum processors. Oi, 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 oi. This one is the most obnoxious of the bunch. Okay, there we go. Thankfully, aluminum sheet is not terribly bad to produce. It's relatively simple. I've gotten real good at it. 8.5 machines for this thing. Standard recipe is, of course, as always. 255 copper ingot. 255. Or that's, sorry, 255 aluminum ingot. And 85 copper ingots. 85. So for the aluminum sheet, I don't really need to fill in anything on the copper ingot side because I know that's super simple. The aluminum ingots are a little bit more complex. And I think I'm going to want to make the note of how many refineries, or at least how much of the... how many machines I need making the ingots. That's sort of important here. Actually, I can put that under ingots and tempered and concrete recipes. That's probably the spot for it. Because this is pretty simple then. Aluminum ingots end up being 31 machines. That is so close to, like, actual to 31. I'm just rounding up to 31. It's stupid not to. But it's on the alternate of pure. The benefit of pure aluminum ingots meaning that they don't need any amount of silica going into it. I believe silica is the thing that you would normally add in. So you get a little bit less out of the thing, but it takes up way less space, and I'm much happier with that. And then I can just calculate out myself what I need to make the, like, how much aluminum scrap I need for this thing. So I'm not going to go crazy noting that down. The less I have to type in this document, the better, basically, is kind of where my brain's at. Excited photonic matter. Excited, not I can type, I swear. Thankfully, excited photonic matter has only one recipe, so I don't have to stress that one at all. I need to find where it is here. There it is. Excited photonic matter. Bop. Make sure I'm on the thing. 3.125. Okay. So in the case of 3.125, I can safely round down to 3 because it probably isn't going to make a huge difference. And then if I find I really do need a little bit more, I can go back and do a slide overclock on one of the machines, and I'm perfectly content with that. And the nice thing about the excited photonic matter, its requirement to make it is nothing. Literally, it just takes in light into the converter and does its thing from there. So all you gotta do is just put down a couple of converters, put in the recipe, and it goes. I'm kind of excited to be getting to use the excited photonic matter because that's a really, really nice thing. That's a very good thing to be seeing. Like, yes, let's go. So that's the superpositions. Let's freaking go. Okay. Next thing up on the list. The excited photonic's already been made a note of. We're good there. Neural quantum processors. How many of those? And where are we with the neural quantum processors? X2. And those need time crystals, supercomputers, fixed trigons, and more of that excited matter. But at least they spit out some of the residue, of the dark matter residue that we're going to be using. Time crystal X. Oh, I don't like when I see a flash of that light. That makes me nervous. Shall we not, please, right now? I like having reliable power.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Yep.
You remember the power nightmare that I went through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very much understandable there.
Power for a fucking week. How does that happen?
I know, right? How very rude of the system. Excited photonic matter. X150. The good news is, at least as far as this set is concerned, I don't need to do another listing for the excited photonic matter here. Because the way I handle it, and I'll show one of these documents, a chunk of it, once I'm done with this whole process, folks, so you'll have some sense of kind of how this is all working. I promise I'll make it nice and clear. Because otherwise, I could see this being, like, mega confusing, more so than it already is to people. But my general way of operating for this sort of a thing is simply to say, okay, I've got... When I get down to how to produce a given thing, it only ever shows up on the list once. And that's taking into account everything that needs to be produced from it. Wherever it shows up as an ingredient, I make sure to have the correct numbers. Thank God that's converters. I would hate if that was not... If that was the quantum... Not the quantum guys, the... Big, tall, and wide. I forget what those machines are called, but I'm thinking of them as big, tall, and wide right now. They're kind of obnoxious. The converters are a hell of a lot smaller, so 19 converters is a lot, but it's still doable. Time crystals are thankfully a simple thing. They just need diamonds. It's a lot of diamonds. Diamonds X230. So I need to then shrink the... I need to actually produce up... Because I'm using an alternate for the diamonds, so... Actually, the diamonds come back from... Yeah, no, the diamonds are complex enough. I want to do it this way. There. How many machines for the diamonds? I think it's just the pink diamonds. Yeah, it's just saying pink diamonds here. They're not produced in any other way, so that's helpful. Diamonds X15 and a third. Again, weird ass number, but I feel like that's a place where I'm content to put the exact number that it's asking for here. So, pink. That's coal X. Ready for a big number, folks? 1,840. And quartz crystal at 690. Now, thankfully, since I've already written down the quartz crystal, I don't have to touch it. And coal being a base material, that's where that one ends. Supercomputers are another story entirely. And for supercomputers, I'm real tempted to load up a different document and just copy some elements to make my life easier. Oh, cool! Oh, we have ads going. I'd meant to get up. You know what? I'm gonna get up right real quick and for this ad break. I'll be back in a few, folks. Sorry about this. Thank you for your patience, folks. Welcome back from those ads. And no, seriously, thank you for your patience throughout all this. I recognize this is not the most interesting content in the world. But this is a necessity before I can actually start tapping everything. I need to know what I'm working with here, basically. That's the idea. Right, so for supercomputers, I was going to copy them because I've done their thing before. No need to retype all of that stupidity if I've already done it somewhere else. That's how I'm figuring it. Actually, I need to write it out anyway, because the radio control units came from elsewhere? No, hold on. Okay, I might have to look at this again. One sec. You know what? It's running standard for the radio control units. I'm okay with that. But this means this is a slightly different recipe breakdown than what I used in my other plant. So I have to type it all out because the radio control units changed, and if they changed, other stuff changes. So that's a problem. Oh well. I think my cooling systems also changed slightly. Yeah. I kind of wonder, is it worth it to cut out the motors altogether and just do the cooling system on its standard recipe? Or is that worse? Let me look into this. And to prove it to folks who might be wondering, yes, I am indeed playing Satisfactory. It is back here. Cycle time 10 seconds, cycle time 24. You know what? Fuck it. We're changing it. We're changing this up. I'm using the standard. It's still a blender. And all it means is an increase in the amount of heat sinks I gotta make. That's not a big deal. And it gets rid of the motors in their entirety. For more nitrogen gas, but honestly, I'm pretty sure nitrogen gas is not an issue in the area where I'm going to be working in. Yeah, nitrogen gas is not an issue. I've already got a node that I started tapping for stuff on phase 4. It's easy enough to just run a couple more pipes, run another pipe out for the stuff. So, yeah, okay. Adjustment time. So Waffle, you can get a better sense for what is this actual monstrosity for. So the cooling systems are what I'm looking to adjust down. So we kill the cooling devices all together. And how does that change the chart? That's the next question. Modifies the casing requirements a little bit. Oh. It's better. It's actually better. It... Does it mess with... And this is fine if it does. I don't mind if it's kind of screws with something a little bit. 'Cause I think I can work within it. So the AI limiters have stayed the same. That's fine. Rubber, I'm not concerned at all. I will run into that stuff later. That didn't change. Did we somehow get to a set that's even softer in volume? I'm just listening to this for a sec before I do anything else. To make sure I don't have to, like, lower the volume real fast. No. I mean, I'm pretty sure this one's good. So... that'll work better. Yeah, okay, that'll work better. Right. I'm looking at here specifically, and unfortunately now it's shifted everything. This is the one downside of reworking the recipes a little bit. It shifts everything around just a touch. Okay, so now that officially becomes 8.5. That's absolutely fine. I'm not... that's perfect. That hasn't changed. The scrap hasn't changed. The sloppy alumina doesn't change either. Okay, we're good. Yay! It's basically the same. It's just simpler because motors get removed from the system in their entirety. There's no reason to be using the alternate there. It's not that much more efficient as far as I'm concerned for the... for the cooling systems. It doesn't make a lick of sense. Bringing in more nitrogen gas is never an issue for this sort of a thing. So, supercomputers. Supercomputer X2. That's OC. Is the actual recipe itself. And it requires radio control units and cooling systems. Radio control unit. X12. Cooling system X12. Bop. Perfect. So the radio controls are round... I'm going to round that up to ×5. It's close enough in number that I think we'll be okay. Actually? No. 4.8 is viable. Because what 4.8 ends up being is 4 machines on a 1.2 OC, like a 20% OC. Yeah. I'd much rather do it that route, so I need less manufacturers for this. And then my numbers stay the same for the crystal oscillators and computers and all those other good things. Standard recipe, though. Aluminum casing has now entered the field. X192. 2. Hands, I said 2, please. There you go. Crystal oscillators are in here as well, so I don't have to fill their thing out again. Crystal Oscillator X6. And Computer X12. So now, indent again. And I'm indenting for the aluminum casing in this instance. Standard recipe because I don't feel like dealing with the big boys here. I don't need to deal with the big boys here. 3.2, I can just do a slight overclock on one of the machines, and that should be fine. 288 ingots. And then the other thing is the computers, which unfortunately bring the chain even further. I wish they didn't. And that's times 3.6 machines. I feel like I can drop that to 3.5 and we might be okay. No, that's it producing exact C's. I don't want to risk it. That's the crystal for the alt. Circuit board X18. Crystal oscillators come back again at X6, X6. That should be the last of the crystal oscillators, though. So, thankfully, that shouldn't be too terrible. If I was using the standard recipe, that would be horrendous. There's a reason I use the crystal alt for when I'm dealing with computers. Circuit board X 1.44. Let's round you up to 1.5 because that's an easy number to deal within. Silicon. It is silicon, not silica, right? Yeah, it's silicon. I wanted to make sure I had that correctly. Copper sheet X 39.6. That's probably going to come up to 40 if I'm doing the 1.5. And silica X40. Again, silica being a fairly simple thing, and I'm not touching the special stuffs. I don't have to fill in any further. I want to try to avoid as much, like, further step downs as I can get away with it. Trigons. Another complex one, unfortunately. One more. Beep. Fix it. Trigon. Fix site Trigon. Sorry. I believe there's only one recipe for the Trigons. Let me find where they're hiding now. That's off the Neural Quantum. Neural Quantum. Trigons. So, no, seriously, where are the Trigons in this stupid web? Come, friend. There you are. They're all the way up here. Yeah, only a standard recipe. Fix it Trigon X 9.9 2/3. That's an easy enough thing. That's an OC. That's a pair of 0.33 OCs, and it like put two of the machines onto a 1/3 OC, and we're fine. I don't feel the need to push that one to X10. Mostly because the thing it's drawing on, I don't want to push further if I can help it. And this is just ingots. Fixite ingot X 96 2/3. Because of course it does. Now I do need to make a note here as far as like my ingots are concerned, that the fixite ingot is the aluminum based recipe, because this does matter, because that tells me then how many machines I need for it. Same thing with the reanimated SAM, but these are all numbers that I don't have to like write down necessarily, because it's simple enough to just kind of get those numbers figured. X3, X3.25, X3.25. Yeah, so that's that. That's the trigons. Okay, that's the neural quantum processors. Oh, thank God! I think we're done with the writing down of stuffs. So, chat, want to see what one of the materials of what the AI expansion servers thing ended up becoming in look? I'll see if I have a safe way to do this. I should have a safe enough way to do this. Window capture. Vertical document. So ignore that for a second. Bump. So, folks, that is what it became. It still is a lot of information. I can definitely admit to that. But that's a lot easier to follow. Because all I gotta do is just find the lowest level item. So in this case, find my ingots, make what I need to, start building up, go, 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 go. Eventually I reached a piece up at the top. So that's what I need to do for the other two items on this list. The ballistic warp drive and the other ridiculous beastie. The bio item. I forget its name off the top of my head. And to show down here, that should be good. For like the ingot concrete recipes, I just put the amount of machines I need for it. I will be modifying those numbers like copper. I think copper alloy number is correct, but that might not be. I'll double check it. No, that's way off. So copper alloy, iron, coke, steel. That's the petroleum coke one. The tempered deuterium. As those show up in the list, I will adjust those accordingly. So yes, that is what I'm working on. That is what this is all going into. Welcome to late game satisfactory madness. Let's see. Ballistic or the biochemical? I think I did that one in the wrong slot. It's not a major issue. Oh, biochemical sculptors. They're the next one up on the list. Because they're going to be super fast now. Biochemical sculptor X5. That is Assembly Director Systems. Offsite. Already done. Don't have to worry about those things. Fixite Trigons. Oh, hey, look. We already noted them on the list. X200. Easy. And water times 50. I don't have to add anything to their listings. Which makes my life so simple. That's the second one done. God, what a difference this makes, right? Once you kind of get the first ones going. So much of a difference. Okay, finally, the last one of the bunch. Ballistic Warp Drive. Warp Drive X2, and we are looking at thermal propulsion rockets, which are coming in off-site. Singularity cells. X10. Superposition oscillators. Times 4. And dark matter crystal. X80. So, superposition oscillators are already on the list. We don't worry about them. Dark matter crystals are already on the list. We don't have to type in their stuff. That is very nice. The only ones we have to type in are the singularity cells and the singularity cells. Oh, that's beautiful. Let's go. Let's see where what the singularity cells need. Nuclear pasta, dark matter crystal, iron plate, concrete. That's actually pretty simple. Iron plate, the concrete is put down on the list. The nuclear pasta is off-site. This is the last of the off-site items. The dark matter crystals are already accounted for, which just leaves the iron plate, which is really simple stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I started with the most complex of them all. Hooray! Because of course I'm gonna do that to myself. Of course I am. No, it's fine. Okay. Singularity cell X1. I appreciate also that it's only one machine for this thing, because these things get kind of massive, admittedly. Nuclear pasta X1 off-site. Dark matter crystal. X20 already accounted for. Iron plate X100, that's why it chose the one it did, because it's a direct machine to machine. And concrete X200. So I don't have to do the concrete. I don't have to... The only one I need to actually fill in is the iron plate. Thank God. That'll make that'll make this much simpler. Iron plate X, where are you, buddy? Here it is, iron plate, steel cast plate. That's the one I'm looking for. 2.22. Oh, it's not a direct, is it? Is one of the other ones better then? Hold on. Folks, I might be messing with this thing again. Is the plastic one better? Plastic one's better. Plastic one is one machine on a minor overclock with a small amount of iron ingots. Okay, so I'm changing out the recipe set here, but this will be a lot simpler on me in the long term, truthfully. So get the steel cast plate off the menu. Sorry, buddy. Wait. Pitched iron. There's steel cast. Get. If I don't have to send steel ingots somewhere, I'm much happier. And as long as it didn't screw up numbers other places too badly. Oh, it's going for standard? I forgot to take the standard one off the list. Get. Give me one machine with plastic. I would much rather have one, I believe it's an assembler. I would much rather have one assembler which produces way faster than 5 constructors. Although the 5 constructors really aren't an awful solution. So that would have been okay in the scheme of things, but this becomes a lot nicer for my poor brain, which is already definitely being a little bit like, oh dear lord, what am I getting myself into here? Yeah, 1.33. And that's accurate. It's probably really 1.25. No, yeah, 1.33, so 1 1/3. That is exactly what it's supposed to be. Where was I seeing you? There's where I saw you. There's 1.33. And that's coded. Iron ingot at 50 a minute. Plastic at 10 a minute. Okay. So now, one machine on the iron alloy. This is the final step I need to do. 5.5 on the copper alloy. 5.55, 5.566 is close enough, honestly, that I think we're okay. Considering that's an output of 100 a minute, that extra 6 copper is not going to make a world of difference somewhere down the line. Coke steel. Does that take steel out of the picture in its entirety? Oh.
Hello, colorless.
Hi, colorless queen. Give me a second. I will see what you said in a moment. It does. It completely removes steel from the picture. Oh god, that makes me so happy. I don't have to deal with steel. I don't have to deal with steel. Oh, blessed. Blessed, 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 blessed. Tempered Caterium times 2. Coke steel is gone. Copper alloy aluminum, that's good. I do want to note down... Well, no, I've got my overall numbers for rubber and plastic, right? Yeah. I've got my general numbers for rubber and plastic. So you know what, folks? You know what this means? We're done here. We're done with this portion of things. We can actually get back into the game proper. It only took us 3 hours. Honestly, that's not bad. I was expecting a lot worse for how this tends to kind of play out. So, here we go. We're done. I can now focus on that list from time to time. Oh, that's so good. Now, granted, those are numbers for just what's necessary. I might bring over more like iron ore, copper ore, get more of that kind of running on the belts, and make more of those ingots, maybe, depending on how I'm feeling. Because this is, if there's a plant to actually have the stuff producing certain other things, like artificial power shards, this would be the one to do it in. Except that I really don't want to have to deal with the trouble. Is the short of it. That's fine. We don't have to deal with the trouble. Also, let's do something a little bit nice for ourselves too. Shall we? I'm going to remember which one has been bringing in the nuclear pasta.
I still can't believe it's called that.
I know, right? 1,000, so I need 20 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We can actually load up the nuclear pasta now. We've been able to do this for a long time because that's kept producing. In small numbers, admittedly, but it's kept producing. Get in there. So before we actually go out to the site itself and start tapping everything, bringing stuff over, how it needs to be brought over, all that good stuff, I'm going to do that. Also, we're going to take the portal back because, way faster. Nyum.
Now you're thinking with portals.
Oh yes, I like thinking with portals. It is very, very handy. There we go. Even with my hypertubes, that would have taken a hell of a lot longer. And I was like, nah, I'm not dealing with that. I still want to keep the hypertubes in place. Don't get me wrong. And I will still build them out for new locations. Because the off chance that, you know, the fuel source for the portals goes down, well, you don't want to get stranded somewhere and have to wait for the train necessarily. So the hypertubes, at least as long as I've got power producing, we're fine. That's the idea anyway. Yeah, I've been pretty good. I've been pretty good. Right, so now I need to figure out next step in the puzzle. How many... Where am I... Boy, you stop that. Where am I tapping materials, and how much of them am I needing to tap? That's the next step in this whole process. Hold on. I do need to double check one thing with the thing. I'm not quite done with the crazy thing yet. There. That's the thing I need to note down. I need to note down that my bauxite is being made off of copper. Bauxite X 8.608. That's... Yeah, I don't want to go... I don't want to drop too much lower on that. I think I can drop to 8.5 and be okay. Copper converted. There we go. Because then it just follows as it usually does. The bauxite goes into the sloppy alumina. It's just bauxite and water. Done. I'm thinking of writing this out. Nah, I don't need to write it out. This is aluminum. This will be the third time I've handled aluminum. It's really not a big deal. Now, granted, I'll be passing by the bauxite node. I might tap it anyway and just bring up as much as I can and then be able to reduce the amount I have to convert, which is going to be helpful on it eats up less of the reanimated SAM issue. Because the reanimated SAM is still, I think, a slight problem in the chain here. And I need to take that into consideration. Because as it's standing, it's saying I need about 1,200 reanimated SAM. Or 1,200 SAM nodes. SAM ore. And I'll make note of the total amount of the reanimated SAM it's calling for. Output of about just shy of 280. Which I'll admit doesn't feel like a lot. However, there is a benefit. There's another benefit to modifying this as I go a little bit. And that is, if I can put more of the reanimated SAM that gets produced into making dark matter residue, I can kind of ease out the recycling a little bit and not have to worry about it so much. So that'll be helpful. So as far as all of this is concerned, we need to go grab oil from around here. It's not a ton of oil, so I can just kind of hit the normal node here, kind of run it underneath existing networks, and that should be fine. I should be able to get away with just hitting the normal node. I might hit all 3 of these just to get the full 600. Doesn't hurt to have a full pipe coming through. And it'll be easy enough to just connect that up, go, and be done with the matter. So what do I want to start with is the question. I have my numbers for everything. So I need... This is where I start copying numbers in, and then we can actually start building. 1 copper node. I'm pretty sure I have more than enough copper ingot, copper ore for the processes I need to be focusing in on. Normal bauxite. Let's just build. Let's just build. So all the coal that's around here can go right into being used with the quartz. And anything else that uses coal. That's helpful. Let's start with the oil and the nitrogen, probably? Yeah, let's start with the oil and the nitrogen. And I need to think how I want to build this out as well. So this is another... There's another kind of thinking element here for all of this. Thank you for the clock out, Unixbit. Have a great rest of your time zone. First of all, let me make sure my colors are all correct here. They are not. Foundation. There. Standard vehicle. Oh, yeah. No, pipes are fine. Ooh. I mean, I am done with the, like, the mathy part of this, so I suppose this is appropriate. Hey, Sacksmith. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Oh, you got the dress. Very nice. You missed all the math, by the way. Or at least all the, like, I'll show you the thing. Everyone else had to deal with it. I think it only fair. I think it only fair. Coded is on purple. I was like, there's one more thing I need to fill this up for. So, check that out. This was my planning document. This monstrosity. That I then translated into a text document that's way easier to read. This has taken me like 3 hours. And yay, thank you. I love this dress too. It's so very pretty. So, okay, typically speaking, I like having the portal closest to the things you're looking for it to produce. So that means I want top layer to be generally the most important. One of these recipes requires water. Double checking. A couple of them require water, actually. Copper sheet, as well as the biochemical sculptors.
Speaking of water,
I have been drinking some, but it doesn't hurt to have a little bit more, I suppose.
also I summoned the cat.
Yay!
Surprised no one summoned the cat yet.
I know, right? There's a fair amount of water going into the aluminum. That is something I need to take into account. So here's the deal with the aluminum. So since I know what I need for the ingots. Oh, hey, I forgot I set blueprints up for this. This is going to make my life way simpler going forward. Okay, cool. Cool. And I think this tells me I want the bottom floor to be where my basic materials are done at, and the upper floor, and then as you go up, you get more and more complex. Aluminum ingots. So, the aluminum ingot recipe I'm using is pure here. So we go to scrap. Scrap is the standard recipe, which spits out some water, which I'm just going to drop into a liquid sink because I'm not going to attempt to recycle this stuff. That's asking for trouble. And the bauxite itself, the alumina solution, where's the alumina solution? That I'm going to be using is the sloppy, which is just bauxite and water. So considering we've got about 850 bauxite coming in the end, from what I'm remembering correctly on the listing here, maybe more. I'm going to confirm the actual bauxite number for this monstrosity of a thing. A little over 1,000 bauxite. So that's a little over 1,000 water total needed. Spitting out a little over 1,200 alumina solution. Which seems like a big deal, but it's actually not a big deal as far as like the machinery is concerned. But what it means I can do for my public notes here is saying about 1K water, and that's just for the alumina. That's just for the aluminum. There's another, however much, like 200 some odd off for the copper sheet, which could also be done down on this floor. Plus the other one. I can get 600 water total in any given pipe. I'm basically trying to figure out how many water pipes do I need. Can I get away with just two? Or I think I make a third. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Also, we've got another ad coming up in about 5 minutes, folks. Just to give you the heads up. So 3 Mark II water pipes. That's what I know I need for that. So aluminum on the ground floor. Copper sheet on the ground floor. Uh, 31 smelters. Five and change. It's a little over. But I think I can drop to just 5 to make my math a little bit simpler. 31 smelters. Because I know the smelters can only be making the ingots. Solution. And scrap X5. Because the reason I'm using the alternates I'm using specifically is because whatever amount of the solution is produced in one refinery, literally goes straight into the scrap machine, into the machine making the scrap. It's effectively a 1-for-1. Whatever the scrap needs, the solution's producing. Makes my math super simple as far as that's concerned, and each scrap machine breaks off into about 12 smelters in the end, I want to say. So, again, very easy math. Because Lord knows I do not want any more complicated math here. But the thing to take into consideration is how much total bauxite is being used here. And it's about 1,000. Bauxite X 1,000. Now, the positive side of this is I can start my first floor here, build up it, and see how many floors I've got before I run into trouble. Oh. I was like, why is that showing up white? Concrete wall. Okay. The other thing I need to take into consideration here is this is the top of everything. This is its own thing as far as everything is concerned. So, how many is this? 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's where the first floor kicks in. Yeah. I just hope I'm going to have enough room here. One of the reasons why I want to basically climb as little as possible as I can get away with here is because if I don't have to climb much, I don't have to use any pumps here. If I if I climb up too much as far as like heights are concerned, pumps come into the picture, and that becomes a hell of a lot more annoying. I'm trying to avoid that. Ryu, hi. Oh, you found a watch streak. Very nice. You also found an ad. Oh no, I'm sorry, friend. Unless you're one of those lucky people who don't get ads. Because that's possible. That is quite possible. But if I do that, what space remains? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god, that's not enough. Oh, that is nowhere near enough. Okay. Yeah, overwrite that one, it's fine. And I'm afraid I don't get a lot of room this way before I run into problems, right? Yeah, okay, so that's as far as I can go. Probably. That's as far as I can go comfortably. I've got plenty of room that direction. And the only thing that this is giving me is that's setting the requirements of how far back I can go comfortably. I can still go farther back if I find I need the room. I like the idea of going this direction, though, because that's helpful. Also, I want to see something here. I'm a little nervous that this isn't working out quite the way I want it to, or that I goofed something somewhere. Oh no, it's fine. It was just the weird angle view. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I will be needing to draw this belt line out of foundations eventually, but I don't need it right now, so I'm gonna drop it off at this point in time. Bop. So if I try to stick within the bounds of the thing itself, that's not terribly big. Although I can go out this direction for the way that the refineries. That's an idea. Then I don't need this pillar going up the entire time for just about any of the other things to behave themselves. Okay, yeah, sure. How far out can I go with this, though? Before I run into some problems. 1, 2, 3. That looked good, but I think that is by its nature going to require a pump in the chain. Right? No, I think I can just about get away without a pump there. That would be, frankly speaking, wonderful. How far in is this? 10, 12? Yeah. 12. Okay, that's viable. This is going to be a weird thing. Welcome back from ads, by the way, everyone. Hello, hello. Don't mind me. I'm trying something here. I have an idea for how to make my life a little bit simpler where water pipes are concerned. Okay, that's as wide as we can go. Off of that edge. That's fine. I don't need to go any wider. This works out reasonably okay. There. There. I can bring power around, or I can bring power... I'm just going to bring power across, I think. Yeah, I'm just going to bring power across. This is the smoother way of handling this. Bop, bop. How far can I drag you? To there, to there. That works. Then put a double there. Connect it up. And honestly, I can find a replacement for that if need be. I just like the idea of having the factory build out from underneath the train track, the train station. It generally it just makes it easier to get materials up, and since all of these materials are going to need to, it's going to be 5 materials going back. Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. That's leaves room for one more. Okay, that's reasonable, actually. That's very reasonable. So we go up 8. Basically, that is the point. That is my end point for this. That's my corner. 9. This is the refinery floor. That's why I'm kind of laying it out like this. But I don't know how I want, like, the other floors to behave. Now, a 4-wall high floor works well for foundries and... Let me think for a second. Constructors, foundries, assemblers... I think the converters actually function well within that. I don't remember if they need something bigger. No, converters need bigger. They're a little bit too tall for a 4. They're like a 5 or a 6, I think. To be comfortable. They're a 5 from the look of it. Yeah, they're a 5. It's an awkward 5. I prefer a 6, so... That means converters don't work on something like that. However, if all my refineries can be contained along with anything like major important connect to them, so the aluminum will all be in here. As long as that can all be contained here, then I've got 13 spaces in here, and that's a lot easier to split out. I can split it like 6, 5, 2 is useless. 2 doesn't do me any good, unfortunately. But the... Honestly, at that point, it almost makes me wonder if... Yeah, I'll kind of figure out what I need there, but later. For now, the refineries. Namely the ones for copper sheet and aluminum. And anything else related to that. It makes it a little harder to get in the oil. A little easier to get the other SAM nodes in the bauxite. Because they're coming from this direction. And it'll have to kind of come up on a higher level and then drop down. Which is doable, honestly. I'll scritch to Kitty some more. The next question is, how many refineries can I fit in a row here? Probably more than enough. Because the refineries are necessary for the bauxite into alumina solution into scrap. And the coal is actually fairly close here. So that's somewhat more viable than I was initially thinking. Coal might be that way. I don't quite recall. I'll check my map in a moment. So what if I do it like leaving one on either side, because that's the way I like to kind of run these things. Get as close to leaving one full foundation per side. And you can see the reason why I'm not going any further this direction is because of that, specifically. So in short, what I'm trying to see here is, can I get all of the refineries I need in this relatively small space? And short answer is, I think so. Long answer is, we're going to have to wait and see. Because I can't say for sure on this one. Lock that. One, two, three, four. Well, when does this start clipping in? There? That's, I think, the point where the clip becomes unbearable. 5. Or that should be better. This will be a little neater. That's why I'm redoing it real fast. Yeah, so notice how I've got real close to a full available. That works. Then I need to leave about a full space and a full foundation in between. I'll grab that in a sec, Life Forcer. Give me one moment. Actually, do I even need a full? I don't think I need a full, now that I think on it. So the full here is a matter of... The pipe goes over no issue. The only reason I need the full here at all, and I might not even need it, and that's what I'm now confirming, is because this now needs coal. First of all, what direction is the coal coming from? That direction. So, okay, it doesn't matter what way my splitters go then. That's fine. In that case, since it doesn't particularly matter what direction the splitters are going, I want them going this direction. Because if they're going this direction, coal comes in, and I might be able to do a multi-level... Oh, that'll be... Oh, that's a fun build idea. Okay, cool. Cool. This is going to get a little complicated, but I think it'll be... It's fun to kind of bring up new little challenges like this from time to time. Oh, right. The problem. I forgot the problem for a second. I can't run the pipe directly across. So, the idea here is that the first one is bringing in and it's this. Oh, that's fine. This is typically why, and I don't need... Do I need Mark 5? Do I need Mark 6 here? I think I do. Actually, I do. I need Mark 6. Okay. I wasn't sure about that. But sure enough, Mark 6 is a requirement. One, two. Actually, no, Mark 6 is not a requirement here. This is the standard scrap recipe. 120 coal. Yeah, no, I can get away with the smaller one. Let's go to the Mark 5. That's perfect, actually. That's absolutely perfect. Cool. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to go up 1, 2, 3 in each one of these. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bop. Bop. Take that out. Grab that. This way it'll give me the Mark 5 and not the Mark 6. Okay, good. For aluminum, I like the carbon steel finish. The kind of grayish silver on the black looks just so striking. And then the scrap spits out water, but that's fine. I'm not concerned about the scrap spitting out water. 1, 2, 3, 4. Copy, paste, 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 paste. So, the reason this works, although I might decide later on that I need to kind of get a junction on these guys and kind of connect them all up together, but I'm hoping I don't have to. But the reason this works is because once this gets going, each one of these spits out exactly the 240 that's necessary. Just goes boom, 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 boom. And as long as it's running right, we're okay. Now, problem spot. Copper sheet. I think what I potentially could do, if I just wanted to extend that line out further, was keep drawing it out that way for the copper. But I don't want to do that, because I think that's going to actually look problematic. Although, honestly, I'm not sure how much deeper I can get here before I start to run into problems, so I might not have a choice in the matter, honestly. Okay. This space is pretty ideal to finish out the aluminum in though. So that's viable, which is helpful. Nine there and there. Yeah, I can't really push any further across. And in fact, I was hoping the sand wouldn't show through there, but it does. And I don't think... Well, you know what? I can bring this in by one. It's not going to be great for walkability, but it's doable at the very least. So let's see how that looks. You know what? I'll deal. Yeah, I can. I can live with that. I think I have to live with that. Power nodes are on this side. Power nodes are on this side, so that's plenty good. Let me go out to there. I want to get some power in here so that I can actually like hover around and be fine. That's why I'm doing this the way I'm doing this. But what I think this is going to end up meaning in the scheme of things is it's going to require me to do a little something. That might seem a bit silly. Yeah. That'll be fine. The way I'm going to resolve this problem is that there, connect, connect. And that's just my basic kind of running points for these sorts of things. I might change that exact connection point up a little bit later, but it won't be that big of a change. Admittedly, I prefer to have these on a midpoint, though. Yeah, so let me adjust that already. Bop. Bop. There. I also just noticed that for whatever reason, Game decided to put their little stickers upside down. I don't know why it does that sometimes. It bothers me. But not enough for me to try to fix it now. So I'm just going to live with it. Especially since once you go to this one, it becomes a little hard to even tell. Yeah, that's... No, I want to get it into the corner and then up. Three. And now I travel along the roof until I get to the midpoint of each of these. Which means I need to keep laying in the actual foundation. It's fine. I've got plenty of concrete at this point. It is not an issue. Except we don't... I mean, we could maybe go as far as that, but I don't think we need to at this point. That's where I wanted it anyway, so that's good. The center ends up being... Oh, I love it when this happens. This is perfect. Right there. That is a rarity. But it's the kind of rarity that I am 100% here for. I think, though, in order to make sure that I can get all 5 comfortably, I want to go at least 1 full foundation out and see if that's sufficient. I'll just go straight to this one for it. Right. Nudge can only go so far. I can't do it, can I? Does it have to be on the half? It's okay. It's okay so far. Yeah, we're fine then. We're good. So I effectively need... I think this is about... This is actually the equivalent of about a full foundation. So I'll go to the nearest half for these guys, and it'll be fine. But now I have flight room around here. At least until I get to this point. So that was basically the reason I was doing that. I need flight capabilities. I've gotten too used to working with the hover pack available to me. If I had to deal without the hover pack, the situation would start to become a lot more dangerous, shall we say? Wait. Oh, yeah, no, I'm only going up to here. That's fine. That's good. And I think I'm a little too close here. At least for this fellow, I'm a little bit too close, right? It's fine, because this fellow is always getting a little bit close to everything. I'll just move it over a little bit. And that gives me a little bit more wiggle room to play with as far as this is concerned. Also, arguably gives me a little more space this direction too. Not a ton. I don't think it's enough to be useful for anything. Survey says, how many machines did I need for the copper sheet again? Copper sheet. 12. We can modify that to 6 on a 2x overclock, which still doesn't quite fit here. So I think I'm just gonna let this be, not worry about it too much. The short of what I'm doing here, in case folks are not aware, is I'm basically building the skeleton of this thing. So that I can run power to the places I need to run power to. and kind of go from there. Because now I can move in here a little bit more. And if I overclock these things, I'll get 250. I'll get 300 a minute. So I could do 2, 2, 2. All I need is 6 to get 3 full pipes. It's tempting. How am I doing on the power shards? I'm okay on power shards. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6 on... You know what? I'm gonna do that. I know there's a ton of space here, but especially if I'm able to just add, say, 2 more at the end there, then I have room to kind of come out further to do my copper sheets. Granted, it's not ideal to have the copper and iron ores probably coming in on this floor here. It's not ideal to have it come in here and then go down. But there's enough machines up there that I think it'll be okay. Hold on, this set's about to get much louder. Ship style. Am I wanting ship style right now? Yeah, this is one of the newer sets, so the volume gets a little bit louder on it. I'll do my best to adjust as things go on. I think this is the right decision, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I can just kind of build this out that direction for the 12. And the 12 there can then go this way. I don't know if I have the room to manifold them, but I might. The difficult thing here is going to be figuring out best way to actually get this power node out beyond them. Because I'll admit this is a little bit awkward. I kind of wonder... This might work. If I do 2, it gives me a little more play space. Yeah, if I do 2, it gives me a little more play space. So it lets me put this up where it's short, and this to the center line there. 1, 2... Where's the center for these bad boys? Center's weird on those ones. But I think if I do, like, the middle line on here, it should be okay. Idea here being 1, 2... Yeah, we're fine. 3, 4... Nope, we're not fine. That doesn't work. That clips. I was afraid that might clip. Oh, well that's why it clips. I got that in the wrong spot. I meant to be here. Let's try and fix that, shall we? I had the wrong center piece in my head. Is what it is. And if this works, I might be able to get all of these powered off of one node. I would mean moving it over to between these two and then building the other two off there. But I don't know if A, there's enough of an angle that it prevents clipping like that, and that's what I was afraid of. It's okay. I'll just do it in between each to every two. I don't mind. The center, too, is not where you initially think it is. It's like here. I clearly need to be further out. It's not a matter of like center being okay. It's a matter of I'm too close to them. So what if I do it like this? Does that work for what I'm trying to accomplish? Well, I can just delete that bunch because I know they don't work. I think if I were lower, it might actually function, but I don't feel like trying to lower these lines. That seems a little extraneous, I feel. There's the autosave, so we're fine there. Nah, that still doesn't work. So now at this point, let's try the one in the center of these two. Fuck it, I'm not centering these things anymore. That's creating too much havoc. Solution. See where that lines up? More or less on here. One. There we go. Two. I've got this in the correct spot, I hope. Well, I'll find out if I'm wrong in just a moment. That was over too much. Okay, so that one's not quite where I want it. That one's closer. If I nudge that over, like, by one, we're perfect. And then I can actually be on the... I can be here where I originally wanted to be. So it means it's here... but like there, I think does the job. Basically, I'm in perfectionist mode here. I'm just trying to find the spot where this goes directly up. Got it. Let's go. Here, easiest way to do this, go across and nudge until it looks right, basically. That's what my goal is here. Basically trying to get myself in the more or less in the right general ballpark. And then I think that's it. Let's see. Hell yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Perfect. Oh, that's gorgeous. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Don't worry, these once I get this connected up into that chain, this is gonna go purple and we'll be and everything will be good. These will start receiving their power. So these seem to be swapping. So I think on the next one it's basically the quarter mark. Yeah, it's on this one, but the quarter mark. There. No, quarter's there. I'm over by one. I was close, though. Hell yeah. Let's go. That looks awesome. And I think at this point now I need to get the power flowing to them, because otherwise I won't be able to keep going forward. And I don't want to keep building this out if I don't have to. Alright, so. That's connected up now. I can get rid of you, because now that's not a problem anymore. You, and you. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So then this one is on... Ah. I was off again by just a skidge. Yeah, so their power things are basically on the quarter. Oh, that looks phenomenal. I'm here for this. So that's the relevant one nearby. Then we go 1, 2. And that should be correct. How's that for satisfying, folks? And there's going to be 2 more of them?
Satisfactory.
It is. That is particularly satisfying. Oh, it looks so good. Let's frickin' go. One, 2. Yeah, okay, excellent. I was hoping that would work out that way. Pipes. 1, 2. Mark 2 in between. I'm pretty sure Noodle was the mode I wanted, but I want Mark 1s. Yep. Okay. Now, ideally, what I should be doing here is putting the first bunch on the first spot. The second bunch stays in the middle. This third bunch goes on this outside. And I can try it and see if this will work. The reason that I think I might need to do that, and if I need to redo that, it's not the end of the world, is because it sort of makes some of what I'm looking to do here a little bit easier. Assuming, of course, that the pipe here still connects clean. Yeah, we're good. It was all I had the biggest concern about the front bunch. The front bunch was always going to be the troublemaker for this sort of a thing. Mark 2. There. Now, this bunch gets taken out. Again, surprise, surprise, I am a perfectionist. This is how this sort of thing works. But it's a big chunk of how I'm able to make these look like works of art. Because I'm willing to take the time to kind of do it right. Note, too, that it matters what... Like, order of operations here matters. That I very much do need to make sure that this is on that exterior. If I don't, I'm going to run into issues. Oh, right. I need to go a little bit beyond it. So I can go a little bit before or a little bit beyond, but I can't go, like, right next to it, because that just doesn't quite work. Thank you. I've had a lot of practice. After, like, 1,600 hours, I would hope I'd be pretty good at this by now, by that point in time. 1 or 2 hours. That's a good one. In total. Yeah, totally. Totally, I did all of phase 4 in like 1 or 2 hours. Yup. Totally true. No lies here. There we go. Now this is a weird an oddity of mine. I like having my supports being like that. Not a million, but that's not that far off. No, I think I'm legitimately right around the 1,600 hour mark. That sounds right for kind of where I was last I checked.
And remember, everyone, Astral is nominally a variety streamer.
Yes. Yes, nominally a variety streamer. Usually, yes, I am a variety streamer. Just, while I've got interesting things to do in this game, it's kind of hard to go variety. Because my brain really likes this game.
Yeah. I can tell, like, half your streams over the last year at least have been satisfactory.
It's not my fault that they released 1.0 when they did. Blame the devs.
True.
I don't know. It's hard to tell. I'm not sure. 100 more hours. Maybe you're right, Life Forcer. Maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to play it for another 100. Two, 4, 600. So one of these gets one full pipe. One of them gets the next pipe. And then I've got another pipe for playing with on other things. Okay. Next step. And I'm aware I have to bring the bauxite over. I haven't forgotten that fact. So, that's the thing I'll be focusing in on. I'm glad, Vilofar. I'm glad. That means a lot. That you've been enjoying it. That's the correct spot? I think that's the correct spot. Yeah, it's the correct spot. Okay. Now... the bauxite is going to come from... Don't know why it does that. This direction, so across and over, along with a couple of other things. So that means for this one, I want my splitters going this direction. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, technically speaking, I should probably set the back two to going a different direction, because the back two are going to be the ones receiving the bauxite that's made from the caterium, or the copper, the caterium that's made from the caterium. So that's the thing I do need to take into account. But these first three are like right on target. That's precisely where I want them. It also means I can take these and make sure I'm on Mark 5s again, which is kind of nice. I just want to think what direction I want this to come from. Because in all likelihood, it's probably coming from this direction. So let me flip them around. There we go. Nope, don't do that to me, game. There we go. And I can just go to the Mark II from here. Oh, and you know what? I do need to remember to max OC these things. It's the reason I'm getting away with only 6 of the extractors. If I did not have that, I would need 5 per one. And, I don't have time for that.
I think I'm going to be right back. I believe there is food for me.
Sounds good. So now they're the full 600 apiece. Also, we have an ad. We have ads kicking in about 2 minutes. I will take this particular ad break, because I do need to get up and take care of a couple of things. I would highly recommend, folks, if you haven't gotten up, stretched, grab something to eat, drink, whatever the case may be, you do so as well. Taking care of yourselves is so important. You all know this by now. Rules 4 through 100. One, two, three, go. And now I'll see if the water actually makes it up here without any problems. It should, feasibly. This should be within the 10 meters standard head lift of these pipes, which is why I'm using them the way I am. And then it's going to be, this one will go there, that one will go there, so I just have to get these in place. And ideally, I want this to climb a little bit higher. So how far out do I need to go before... I think that works. Yeah, okay, that's viable. Nope. That is the minimum. Okay. So, I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. I hope you're able to take this time as a short break as well. Here we go. I am back, everyone. Thank you for your patience with those ads. I know they kind of suck, but unfortunately, they are a necessary evil at this point. I genuinely wish we didn't have to have them, but you know, we do. No, that's not what I wanted you to do, buddy. This is awful close. I don't know if this is going to work. I doubt that's going to work. I'll do it a different way. I don't like that. That's far too likely to give me trouble later on down the line. So I think I'm going to go to a line around here. Oh. Okay, that one can turn. I might be a little bit indecisive here for a couple of moments. Don't mind me. This is entirely normal for this process. So if I'm not doing that crazy business, I can actually have this one climb the way I had originally wanted to, and it's probably okay. And I also really want to get this in the center if I can. So the easiest way to make this work would be to come up one higher, but I'm afraid that's going to require a pump, and if I can get away with not needing a pump, that would make me very happy. Screw it, I'm doing this the easy way. I'm just doing this the easy way. Yeah, this is just better to do the easy way. Ordinarily, I like leaving walking space there, especially with the fact that there's not an easy pathway there. But I can just put in, get on there. I can just put in a catwalk, and that'd work just as well for this particular process, and it'll just be so much simpler. But this is a good sign that this is the head lift I wanted. And the other thing that tells me is that I'm within the normal head lift. I do not need pumps for any of this stuff, which makes me very, very happy. Not yet, anyway. We'll need pumps eventually, but for a very relatively small amount of water. Sounds good, Vilofar. Let me get you a tuck-in, friend. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your time zone, and very good rest. Yeah, perfect. So now I just need to bring over the box site and the translated stuff too. So yeah, this is gonna take. Now I need to actually start building out the stuff. That's fine. And I'm going to wait to get power going to these guys until these are kind of fully ready to go and have already been producing. It's the simplest way I've got to make all of this work properly. I'm also hoping I don't have to put any sort of connect these up and put a sort of a sink on the end. That gets a little annoying when I have to go about that route. You know what? Let's actually focus in on the bauxite and all the stuff down this direction. So that means I need blueprints. I need belt and pipe carriers. How many things am I getting from down this way? I'm actually really tempted to just grab the coal from here, because this is a set of 3 pures. So all I gotta do is just grab them. They're one belt line. They go in. They're more than the 3,000 I need, so that's good. And in fact, that coal number might have gone down. No, it never would have gone down, because the petroleum coke number is what went down. So those 3 coals, grabbing the that SAM node en route down further, where we split off. No, I don't have to split off. I don't need to catch that particular SAM node. I can if I want to, but I think I want to keep that one for other purposes. Particularly because trying to yoink that one is going to be kind of a pain in the butt. And I would much rather be able to go 1, 2, 3, run them in a line for additional SAM stuff out here, where nuclear is going to end up being. Actually, no. Does that make sense? Not in the slightest. There's a pure and 2 impures right by the uranium that I'm already planning to tap. Lord knows. That's probably just up on a high cliff. That's fine. And it's near enough to some of the bauxite I might need to hit for some of that anyway. Now, there's arguably one problem of trying to grab this particular SAM node. Although it would be nice to have access to a lot more of the reanimated SAM, because it lets me get away with doing more stuff with it. But there's one problem. Notice how many different things are already claimed in this area? Yeah, that's a thing I have to take into account. Because that's OG aluminum. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, we're going down that way first. I want to see if I have room. I think I do. I do. Okay, so this here is actually really, really helpful. Right here is oil. But it's not oil in the way that you've probably gotten used to. It's oil in that works the same way that the nitrogen has, or the water I had to tap that was close to base for when I needed extra water. This is underground enough that I need a special type of pressure thing to bring it up beyond just the normal extractor. But notice how it says 3 normal, 3 pure? That holds a lot of oil. I can just grab a normal. I don't even need to grab it. that's going to be like super simple to just grab as I'm on my way over to get that SAM node. And then I can just stop at that SAM node and not have to stress anything else. But what this means is I'll have at least one full pipe of oil. And where I was concerned about having the oil necessary to do... No worries, no worries. Listen, Brain, lurking is loving. First of all, before you go, though, I want to do one other thing. Please go give Brain a checkup. Wonderful, Bean. Absolute. Very chill. Oh, I could have had a tea discussion if I had known that you were here. Whatever. It's fine. Another time I can give a little bit into some of my tea experiences. But there's a tuck-in for you as well. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Now, where was my thought process? Sounds good. Sounds good, no worries. So here I have at least one pipe. Of course. I have at least one pipe I need to bring back, maybe 2 or 3. If I can just tap all the pures here off of this, that would be fantastic. So 3 items. Although those can be in betweens. Pipes can always go in between. I might just bank on the pipes going in between. So 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven from that direction alone. Plus, while we're on our way down there to that, 8 for the copper, 9 for that iron. Okay, perfect. I know what I want to do now. So, the reason I was counting all of that out, why it mattered, is I want to go off of probably the topmost here, because it gives me the most kind of space to play in my position, in my movement. No, don't. Oh. That's way up there. Okay. That's probably fine, though. I can go low. I can run lower for a bit and then climb as need be. Because I think there is some stuff I need this direction. Oh, this direction I can actually go grab then the Caterium. I can just grab the Pure if I wanted to. I might leave the Pure. I don't need a ton of Caterium. So I'll grab the that normal node up there, plus... Because I gotta go here for a SAM node anyway. And some quartz. Lots of quartz, actually. So yeah, I need to send some stuff go that direction for some of what I'm looking for. Especially since also up that way is the nitrogen. That's going to be the other obnoxious component of it all. And then that direction, but I can go kind of out this way a little bit and that way, and then climb up for the things I need. And I believe if I'm reading the situation correctly, I should be able to get away with a quad. Just a singular quad and be fine. Let's find out.
Never guess whose Tesseract near you.
Huh. I didn't think you had the power. Nifty.
You must remember that when one's patron is an extra-reality entity, and your entire job in serving that patron is to manage the fabric of various realities and make sure that things that live outside of reality don't
11.
get inside it, that inhabiting a Tesseract is child's play.
You know what? Good point. Very good point.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4. There.
Don't worry, I'm not going to make you give me this power in Astral's Adventures.
Good, because if you did ask for it, it would come at one hell of a price.
Yeah.
Frankly speaking,
already
Callista
have-
already has enough power as it is.
Yeah. Like, I believe she's canonically destroyed a reality kind of power.
Yes, she has.
So
You were 100% correct on that one.
Yeah, so I don't need to give Callista more power.
Exactly. That's basically top level. That's top level. I can do this here. Here, let me show you why I'm thinking, why I'm trying, kind of stopping for a sec here, folks. Yeah, that looks right. So this here becomes a set of conveyor walls. And I really do hope that a single quad is enough for everything, and I don't need more. If I find I need more, well, I'll figure out a way around it, but... Here goes. Quad foundation with power. That looks good. Okay, that looks really good. It's connecting right. I'm not mad about the fact that its power node is on that side, but honestly, the power node being on that side is probably for the better. I'll just have to bring the power over, but that's not a huge deal. Considering I've got to kind of do some... I gotta mess with some stuff here anyway. You'll see what I'm doing here in a second. Actually, hold on. This is going to the roof, isn't it? Because this is roof territory. How am I handling the roof here? This matters. Because I don't want roof tiles that are going to kind of get in the way here, that are going to peek through. Because there's not much reason to have, like, a fancy tall roof on this. I wonder if glass frame foundation for roof is the way to go with here. It might be. The reason I'm choosing glass frame foundation is glass frame foundation doesn't poke through. basically every other roof option I've got does poke through. Yeah, that half being there makes sense. Now, here would be normal. I wouldn't want actual roof there because you're not getting much light through there anyway. That's where the train happens to be. And now this is where I can start running normal roof tiles. So in that case, run one more normal. And I'm probably stretching this floor over this direction by a bit. I need room for some other stuff. Although I might have to climb this one a little bit. We'll see kind of... Because unfortunately on this, I'm going to have to get on this floor some converters. These bad boys here, which I really want like a 6 high for. 5 is like bare minimum. The reason why I want like a 5 or 6 high, the reason why I need these here is because these are what's going to supply the remaining bauxite. I only have access to one natural bauxite node and it will only supply 600. I need about 1,000. So here I gotta get some of this stuff going on this way. I think, though, I can have it happen... This is the correct side for it. So I can... Nothing can really happen underneath the train line, right? I have an idea that I think will work. Let me try it. So, here's my thought process. What if I put these starting underneath the train and where I'm going to be having slightly taller roof, and that might just be enough space. I would need... How many of these things? I'll put one down wherever just to see. First time I'm going to be using these guys out. Sure. 120 a minute. I need 400, so I need 4 of them. And the... Caterium I'm planning to hit is coming from a different direction. So I don't think it matters particularly where these things go, right? Is the Caterium coming that direction? Caterium's coming from that direction. Oh. Honestly, that kind of works. Now, the SAM stuff is going to be a little bit of an annoyance, but, you know, I'll make do with that. The alternative, of course, to all of this is to kind of build out a little bit lower and have a bunch of weird tiers present. Where the SAM ore is going to come in on this floor, do its thing, then it can drop down like a little bit to around this marker. So I can go to, say, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can go to down here for it. It's going to make doing any roof work very complicated. But this also kind of does, like, legitimately work. Since I can't go across here. Case in point, why? There, I run into some problems. This is the first space where I finally have, like, a reasonable amount of excess to play with. I'm near enough to this train station, I'm fine. And this is where I'm finally in line with the thing. So that's the furthest down it would go. So 1, 2, 3, 4... plus 5, 6. Actually, that's kind of perfect. Okay, cool. I have my solution then. Okay, this is actually going to work really nicely. So I thought, but then it runs into... you know what? It's probably fine. I don't need this to go that far out. I'm going to draw them that far out, but I'm going to see if I need them. If I don't need them, I'm not going to sweat it. This is just going to be where the converter's turning some of the Caterium ore into bauxite is going to be, so that then the bauxite can just kind of pop down under here and across. That's sort of where my head's at regarding this stuff. Also, I'm looking forward to finally getting to put down one of these quantum encoders. I have no clue how big these fuckers are. But knowing how big some of the other things are, they're probably pretty huge. Though I don't know if I'm going to end up having the need to use one of them this time around. If I do, I do. If I don't have to, I don't have to. It's okay. The nice thing about these guys, though, is their spacing. Their spacing's actually pretty clean and neat. And I can probably put it on the... I'm going to put it on the half. Because then I can eliminate that line and be in good shape. So instead of there... I mean, it does something for me beyond just letting me put that on the line mark. It also means that my inputs are on a direct foundation. Notice how now these line up perfectly with the foundation? That is, in and of itself, kind of huge. And then this... Yeah, okay, this works. So this is gonna be solid. Oh, hi, buddy. I could use some alien parts. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions to science. I'll admit that's not much of a window, but I might still put one in there anyway, because it'll probably look a little bit better. So let's try it and see. Yeah, no, it works well enough. I'll live with that. Because I like having some amount of windows in this area. No windows for each floor, for any given floor, is kind of depressing. I don't want that. And I think rather than use pillars here, actually this might end up being pillars for that. Pillars would make sense there. Especially since this is likely going down for some amount of space. Not here, though, I don't think. No, not there. That's not within bounds of usable room. That's okay. I will worry about that later, because that's not terribly important. What is important is making sure that my walls are kind of in place. How far up am I going? I'm going 5. 5 there, but 6 here. And I'm basically deciding at this point how I want to handle the underside here. I obviously don't want to seal that off, because otherwise there's no point in the windows being there. But some of this hill looks a little funky. I don't know. That's a decoration thing. I'm not going to worry too deeply about any of it, because that doesn't particularly matter. What matters is I know where these guys are going to be going. And I also know, therefore, where one of their pieces needs to come down from. And I'm going to kind of set this up so I have a little bit of a better sense of what I'm actually doing here. Now, if I had thought a little bit more about space here, I probably could have... I can still do the squid, can't I? How much room do I need for the squid? Because the squid makes my life, like, infinitely easier here. Okay. This is a tester. I need to see if this actually functions. If this doesn't... No, it doesn't. So straight mode works just fine down. The other one doesn't. It's a little bit too close. But I think I can get close enough to... I can, like, shift these over a little bit. And it should be fine. George. Are you for real? I swear, George sometimes. I know there's other names for that creature. Yeah, I know there's other names for that creature, but to me, he will forever be George. And I don't necessarily like when he comes around, because I don't want to hurt him. But especially where he is right now, he's in a real awkward spot.
Simply get a gravity gun. Pick him up and drop him elsewhere.
Right, I don't want to do that yet. I wish it was that simple, friend. I wish it was that simple. George does not obey such laws, though. Okay. So I can't have these centered. I would love to have these centered in here. But to do that, I would have to go out one more foundation. And that kind of messes with this corner here. And I'm liking how this corner, this just kind of connects off that corner. This is going to be, don't get me wrong, this is going to be one heck of a weird building. With all sorts of odd twists and turns that are going to be sort of unavoidable. And I don't love that clipping into there, but I might be able to get away with another option. We'll see. Yeah, so that's fine. How about in... Okay. That is viable. How about if I'm going... here? Do I have the same problem I had before? That's barely enough space. Okay. I think that'll work. Because that doesn't look like that much better. So. Yeah, that'll work. I may as well get these set up and ready to go before I leave, so that I can just kind of plug it all in once I return. And this is also kind of giving me a sense for how I want to run things. Now, I will change out this little setup, though. Because I usually like those ones at the back. The normal at the front. Now, admittedly, there is one downside to them being off from the wall a little bit. And that is when I do bring something down from here, it's not going to be a perfect lineup. So I might have to have them clipping into the wall for this purpose. Or I have it come down this side and kind of curve inward. But I generally like it being able to just come down and go. I think that's still doable, now that I think on it. Nah. And that gives me a little more space, too, for these to all play out the way I want them to. Never mind, don't mind me being indecisive here. It's fine. It's fine. The reason why I can't go into this one is because this is also factory space. So it's not like I can expand this way in any sort of, like, really productive fashion. That said, what I can say is I'm real glad that I'm actually going down and getting that bauxite as opposed to relying completely on the conversion. In part, if the conversion is a little bit on the slow side, which I've not tried the conversions out. For all I know, they're gonna be a little bit slow. Comparatively to doing it the other way. I don't know, we'll have to kind of wait and see. But I know that the bulk of the aluminum is... the bauxite's going to be normal. And it's just some of it is... artificial isn't the right word. but it kind of works. Because
I
that's...
get the gist of it.
Yeah. It's this weird alien thing that's changing matter from one shape into another. So it doesn't play the way that you would expect that sort of a thing to play out. It's the nature of the beastie here. I'm going to prepare in advance because I know how I want this to... I know how I'm going to need this to kind of work. And I need to change those over to... Because for some reason, those are still on Mark 6s. Those do not need to be Mark 6s. Oh, right. I remember why they're Mark 6s. They're Mark 6s from in the Holiday Factory, where I wanted stuff completely hidden, but the belts were fine to be standard Mark 5s. Those will come in handy for some of the long haul. But for, like, here? Nah, this is good. Three, 4, 5, 6. That means this ends up being 7. I could have gone one higher. Meh, whatever. This works. This ends up working. I don't mind there being a little bit of extra space in this thing. It makes it look a little bit cleaner. Especially since this needs to be kind of cordoned off anyway, so... 1... Now, I can't put windows there. I can't really put them there either. Okay, so this is just going to have 2 on the top. You know what? If this has got to have 2 on the top, it gets 2 on the bottom. This is a make it all look neat and intentional that this is working this way. As opposed to, oh, that's an oops. That can seal off, and I think this... Two, three, 4. I'll admit, this is the one where I'm tempted to change out the way it works. Yeah, this is the one where I'm going to change out how it works. I want glass here, because these things look really cool when they're in operation. And so that's kind of what I'm going to do there. This kind of glass. Oh, I'm going to love it. Ooh! Ooh, Knight. Yeah, 10 streak. Very nice, friend. Thank you. Also, welcome in. Hello. I hope your time zone is treating you fantastically. And thank you for that, Clocken. Okay, so. You know, I grok that. I grok that. I've been caught by the onion ring before.
You can grok that? I don't understand.
How do I describe the grok as a phrase? It's a way of saying I understand. I feel it.
Oh, okay.
I forget where it comes from. Off the top of my head.
I don't know. All I know is that I heard you say that, and my brain immediately went, wait, are they talking about fucking elongated muskrats, fucking crappy AI?
Oh, fuck no.
Yeah, I didn't think you were.
Uh-uh. No, actually, does anyone in chat happen to remember the origin of that particular phrase? Because for the life of me, I can't. All I know is it's been in my personal vocabulary for a long, long time.
And that muskrat has no business trying to lay claim to it.
Yeah, yeah. It's a phrase that's at least a good 10 years old, if not if not older. A good maybe 20. I'll have to look it up later to try to get a sense for how old the phrase actually is, because you got me on it. I don't recall at all, unfortunately. Okay, this is gonna look cool. This is gonna look really cool. I like this. I'll be using a lot of flat roofing everywhere. Oh, yeah. Yes, 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 yes. With the exception of under here. And that works. We would ordinarily, this would be, based on when I started, the last half hour. But I'm feeling good. I want to go a bit longer, so I think this will be closer to a 7 hour as opposed to a 6. We'll go to the normal 2 a.m. stop time, and if I'm still feeling good, I might push it a little further, but no promises on that. Actually, I can't say that for sure. I can't say that that's where that's going to be. That I can, though. There's a reason I'm doing this, by the way, folks, as opposed to just building out on this thing. The reason I'm doing this now is so that I can actually get the roof, this roof in place. And see, how do I need to run my connections? And I'm thinking this is probably how that's going to play out. This one is where it's got to kind of split, but this is a case of the inner corner. So that it comes in and then lets me kind of do whatever I need to do here. I think that works. This one's great. This one's absolutely perfect. And these two just do their thing and connect up accordingly. With that there, that's so, like so. Yeah, okay. That actually tracks. That's perfect. Mm-hmm. Okay. Awesome. Oh, right. I can continue. Can I? Oh, ooh. So, do I continue the flat? Hold on. I might have changed my mind here. Because I can change the flat I can keep the flat roof going here. Since I ran this, like, one level higher. One wall higher than I needed to. Mm-hmm. Seahorse does some real good, puts together some real good sets. I adore their work. Let's try this. The other benefit to sticking to the foundation for all of this, there's a couple of reasons this works out for the better. For one, it makes the way this connects up to the building go a lot smoother and easier. Like that. Corner. Corner. So that kind of slopes down in. Stuff can travel along no issue. Still just fine. And if anything, it makes it a lot... It gives me good spots to, like, for example... That's the way it would be going anyway, to do that. Which I don't get with the regular roof. I would have to do normal foundation as roof, and that ends up looking a little bit funny. I kind of like this being weird stacking cubes. So I'm also going to try to stick to the flat roof because of that. But what's important is this now works the way I want it to. I'm going to temporarily set... I can't. I'd have to have it be part of a swatch. Never mind. I'll just change these to black. It worked when I was doing gold, because gold was a color that I could assign. Green is a color I can assign. I can assign all those colors. I can't assign that custom black. And I'm not wasting a slot on a solid black. It just doesn't make a lick of sense here. Okay. Also, I think I need to do a quick edit to the things here. My dear, hello! Well, okay, you're coming in right as the ads kick off, but you can... I'll wait to get the shout out for you. Hi, hello!
Buttons. Hello.
Hello,
Friend.
hello. Oh, hey, you get to hear the music this time around. That's exciting. How are you doing, my dear? How is the drive, actually? Five, 6, 7. I can imagine so, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna modify some blueprints here, I think. Blueprint maker. Good, I'm glad you were able to get some rest. Are they all done in... They're all done in this one, I think. Yay! Good, good. Glad to hear that. Okay, so let's start with you. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's fine. I realized I did not like how these things looked with that little gap. It's been annoying me, and this is going to be the easiest way to fix it going forward, and I'll just have to go back to my old ones and cleaning up at some point. So, it's in the right spot. Save it. Yep. Then load the new one. No power. Do the same thing. So I'm going to do this for a bit. This will take a very short amount of time to get it all done. Ooh. Oh, awesome. Awesome, awesome. I'm feeling quite alert. Which is good. I was feeling quite sleepy when I got home from church earlier. Like, not so tired, but I think I probably did. I went back to finish a video I had started earlier, like last night, and kind of dozed off at the very end of it, so I must have gotten some kind of a nap. Which is why I've been now live for about 5.5 hours. I started a little bit early because I was like, I'm not risking... I want to be able to end a little early if I'm finding that I'm, like, super tired. But I'm feeling good. Throat's about what I would normally expect it to be. It's a little bit miffed, but, you know, it's a Sunday. That's quite normal for Sundays. Save. Load. Double no power. This looks good. Yeah, that looks so much cleaner. I've been meaning to do this for a while. But now I've got the opportunity to do it. And so this is perfect. Especially before I go out building a bunch of new stuff. Folks, welcome back from the ads. Thank you for hanging out through those. They help out a lot. And they're a necessary evil for the platform, unfortunately. Right, I forgot I have to be a little further out. So I'm just making a very quick change to these guys right now before we take off to continue. I'm adding in that little strip of wall so that it's all one kind of level, shall we say. That's the plan. Since I'm about to be using a lot of these, I want all of them to kind of match up now. And then later on, I'll go back and replace stuff. Fill this in as I go on the ones that I've already built. But for now, we're laying in new stuff. I'm going to prep the new stuff to look exactly right. And this is what I love about the Blueprint Maker. All I gotta do is just do one of them, and I'm golden. Phase 5 stuffs. I'm finally getting started on the Phase 5 plant. Which is gonna be a little bit on the complicated side. For a couple of reasons. Reason number 1, there's not enough bauxite for the aluminum I need. Not enough natural bauxite. Which is why those guys are there. Those guys are going to take some of the caterium that I don't need for other things and turn it into bauxite with some reanimated Sam. It's going to be a little wild. There's a lot. And here, I can show you. I can show you the thing because I did it here on stream. That's a taste of the web of insanity that I needed to deal with for putting together the actual plan itself. But I've got my physical document plan now, which is a hell of a lot neater and easier to read. So take that, and instead, it becomes something like so. That all took about 3 hours to do. So I've only been building for about 2.5 here. But still, I'm happy with how things are working out so far with us. And now that I've updated the blueprint, we can actually be on our way out. What I'm gonna need to do is probably that. Grab a power thing. Oh, and hun, check this out. Look what I was able to get done because I was able to kind of run that on top of them. Isn't that just so perfect? So satisfying? It's just boom, 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 boom. Oh, and once I figured out the spacing for the first two, it was just follow the pattern. It was a cinch. But it feels so good. And it looks so good, too. Plus, it gives an opportunity, actually, for for you to walk along and look at the pretty water there, because I don't have to put in any more machines, I don't think. And if I do, it just means they go out on this side, and I repeat the line, and it'll look just fine. Plus, it is right in line with this side here, so it'll just be like, boom. You have a way to get kind of out onto this as a nice little walkway. That said, I need to run a power cable up. So I want it here. There. There. Power now established. So now I can start the madness. Oh, that looks so much cleaner. Okay, is this where I need to kind of break off a little bit for some of the pieces? Yes. My break-off point number 1. Oh no, it's a little bit further over. So I'm going to be going to about here-ish, going down, going this way to grab oil, SAM node number 1, SAM node number 2. Those are what I'm getting from over there, as well as these 3 coal nodes. And I'm going to grab way more oil than I actually need, because, yeah. That way I have kind of room to maneuver. Oh. Well, that's going to require a lot of refineries, won't it? Maybe I reconsider grabbing more oil than I'm going to need. Oh, actually, no, because a lot of where I would want the oil is not for refineries. I need a little bit for refineries for petroleum coke, but that's it. And those refineries can be higher up because they don't need water for anything. Rubber and plastic. I forgot about those jerk faces. Okay, well. That pretty view might not stay pretty for terribly long. There's probably gonna be another set of these in the way. I don't think I have a choice in the matter. I'll do what I can to avoid it, but I'm afraid I don't have an option. Unless I deal in pumps. Well, at this point, I don't... At this point, a pump... I only need one pump. So, I could have those run further along and probably be okay. I think this is one more full set of these. Yeah, it's one more full set, and now the turn point happens. Connect. Go. Oh no, it's more than that. So this is one of the things about maybe. Yeah, a little bit more. This is one of the things about the game that takes a little while to adjust to. How far a distance on the map actually is comparatively. How to figure out the scale of things gets a little funny sometimes. So you can see I think I've just barely cleared. I want to get into here. I think I just barely cleared the spot I want to hit. So, yeah, that gives a pretty good sense of how complex this can get a little bit. I don't know if I should go one more just to be on the safe side, or if I'm gonna run into trouble if I try that. So never mind. Which means now I need you there. That did not go on the right way. How far in is the power thing is too far in. Okay, that's fine. I'll put the power thing in after the fact. So here, this one is where I'm going to be building off of. So I need the full guy here just to I don't like fall. I go from there. Oop. Nope. Although that's going to change a little bit, but that's fine. I can change it up in a second or two. Let's go here. 1, 2. Reason I'm going there is because it's right at the beginning point. And those are getting taken out again for a good reason. You'll see why in a second. Because now I'm going to change off of the quad, and now I'm going to go to the doubles. Now, you can see when you're kind of trying to connect them up, game wants to go center, but center is not correct for this. So I'm going to go to default now. And here, does this look okay? Too tall. That's why I double check these things, because I know that is a thing that can happen with the game now, and I need to be careful. That looks good. Yeah, okay. So, at this point... One. Do the same on this side. I'm nudging it by a half just because that's what's going to give me the look I'm looking for. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. And go. Now, that's not ideal, so I'm going to have to kind of climb up and around. Which looks a little funky. I would rather do the climb on like here, and I might just come out. I think I'm going to come over this direction anyway, because it'll look cleaner if I do the climb on the center. Which means I'm going to replace that with a single direction friend. Do I have any need... yeah. So in this case, I'll get rid of that. I go there, and then I connect there. You'll see why I'm doing this in a second. Sounds good, my dear. Get good rest. Absolutely. And then this one's gotta change. In this way, that's gonna be a little bit more difficult to line up right. There. Thank you. And there, effectively. Yeah. So now 1, 2, 3. Okay. And the reason for doing that is like so. Lock it. Half nudge. There. This should be perfect. Once that turns into a laser, it should follow the contours of the actual, like, roof piece there. How's that for gorgeous, huh? Note, it only worked because I nudged this one up by a half. So it's kind of clipping in a little bit. But you know what? I'll take a tiny bit of clip in for that beautifulness. Now note, that doesn't work like completely neatly with everything. Like my little singles are a little bit funkier, but that works. That will work wonders with if I had to connect like a quad to a quad. Although if you're connecting a quad to a quad, well, you're gonna run into trouble. The whole idea of these is you're looking to have your main throughway, and then you split off from there whenever you need to. That's the general concept here. The nice thing is, these ones are super easy to connect in cleanly, because you see it's right there. It's gorgeous. And then getting those reconnected is no problem. At least on that side. And because this kind of works the way it does, I do need to bring it down into connection with the others. Except that's not quite what I wanted, buddy. There we go. Beam connector in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, respectively. Along with there and there. Go back into default. Run the pillars down. This is the other thing I like to do. Whenever I hit a point where I've got this sort of thing going on, where I'm having a split, I always run the pillars down. There we go. That's better. It makes it feel a little less, it's all floating in the air. Because that does start looking a little like, after a while to my brain. So I like kind of giving the illusion that there's enough support here for everything. And now this is ready to keep going, and that will wait a little bit longer. So let's see. First things first. That's normal. I'm not gonna, like, go crazy for the normal. My first split off is here for the 3 pures. As well as 2 of the SAM and the oil. Let me see how much oil I actually need for this thing. Did I make the note how much oil I'm needed for this? Not on here. Okay, back to the crazy thing then, because that'll tell me what I need oil-wise for this. Crude oil, only like 250. That's not bad. So, ideally, with something set up like this, and the fact that I'm going to have 5 belts on it, I could do 3 full pipes of crude oil. And I'm tempted to do 3 full pipes of crude oil. I'll have to see, like, what the best way of running them along is. I don't have a good sense for that. But I'll see kind of as I go. That go anywhere? It... Wait. Okay, I gotta... We're about to cross over this thing, and I think we might run into a problem. Let's see. It might be okay, though? I know, we're gonna hit that. However, if this one isn't going anywhere... Because it's entirely possible that this used to connect to something. Hold on. Oh, you connect all right. Um, what do you connect to? I forgot I had one that actually went through the rocks. I don't particularly like that, and I probably have a way to change that to be a lot neater and get rid of these guys so they're not actually in my way. Let me fix this now. Because this is a legitimate problem. Now that one doesn't go anywhere. Let me see what like where the other side is. Now that I'm running a train line through the area, because I wasn't before, I didn't really have the means to connect this up. But now that I've got a train line, chances are good I can just run something down from here to that one, and I'll be all set. Yes. That works. Okay, that works. One. That'll be okay. So now that has a direct connection to power, which means I can take that one out of the picture. Worst comes to worst, all this is going to disable is one of the radar towers temporarily until I can figure out which one is now kind of no longer getting power. Okay, and I need to be close to ground because the moment I do this, my power cuts. That's fine. Double jump up here, make sure I'm not like dramatically losing anything. I don't think I am. I don't see any changes in the map, so that's a good sign. This is a thing I would have wanted to eventually do anyway, so this is good timing while we're going out this way to try to fix this. And the fact that this still has power tells me that its power was coming from elsewhere. So if I kill this now, it's not an issue. It was that one that would have run into problems, but it's got a direct connection, and it's probably going out to that radar tower if I had to hazard a guess. So now we should be fine. For now, anyway. We'll see if I have to do any more of that kind of madness, but I'm hoping I don't. Because that was already complex enough for my likings. Okay, good. This is where I do another pop down. But this pop down is for... I need 3... 4... I can carry 6 on this? 3, 4, 5. I'll have to grab the bauxite on its own one, because I don't think I'm gonna have enough carry capacity on this thing. Or my pipes might have to run underneath. I'm not sure here. Let me think this through for a sec. Because I'm pretty sure I need all 3 of those coals. I could technically grab those 4 that are a lot closer to everything. Combine those 2 to make 1 belt, combine those 2 to make another belt. And then I only need the 1 from this. But let's see, 1, 2, 3. I like the idea of getting all 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. But that's going to combine off into... Right. These 3, it seems a problem now, but these 2 are going to combine together. So it's 4 for now, but when we get past there, when we get to here, that one combines into it, so no issue. So it's only 4 still. When this one gets into the picture, it combines in there, so again, we're just on 4. That's number 5. That's number 6. With that, I think we're good. And we're going to pass the pure Caterium en route, so I can actually just grab the Caterium here. Although I don't know if I've got the room on the quad for it. And I don't have anything bigger than a quad. So... yeah, I'm just going to run this down. So I need to turn this. But the turn... actually, I don't need to turn this yet, do I? No, I keep going. We're good. One. I see I'm gonna have to climb, though, for this guy. I was kind of hoping to avoid that. But, it looks like we're going right for it. So, I would have had to have gone over a little bit further to clear that. Or I climb and go around, or, like, come in a little bit sooner and hope I could go under. But I'm pretty sure to get the coal anyway, I've got to start climbing up again regardless, so it's not a bad thing. Like, that's up taller, that's up taller. All of that's up higher, on higher ground anyway, so... yeah, all of it's on higher ground anyway, so I gotta climb up regardless. Never mind. This'll work just fine. It's just because making, like, elevators for these guys is not bad, but a little awkward. How much further can I go here before I have to do the thing? I have one more. Let's go. That makes me happy. Also, we are now in the last hour of stream, of the usual stream time. I should probably start preparing into lo-fi. Oh boy, that's a tight squeeze. Is this possible? Let's see. Not quite. Okay, I thought it was a tight squeeze. A little too tight. If I go from here, we're fine. But the problem is I can't go from here. So it's looking like I'm going to have to cut off, like, the very tip of this to do what I want to do with it. And that means that beam also's got to go. Everywhere it is, it's got to go. That's a shame. Actually, no, that is still right there. It's like, that's not... I don't need that there now. No, I actually do need that there now. Now here... I grab conveyor walls. 1, 2... I went with a double here because I was pretty sure I was going to need everything present. And if I do that, I don't need kind of any in between, although I can change this. To the inner corner. And I like doing this because this looks a little bit neater. It just means I've got to do like that. Yeah, that looks so much nicer in the scheme of things. Ooh. Okay, yeah. Definitely time to start the winding down relatively soonish. It's fine, we've made good progress here. And while we're on a set getting towards like the end of a song, it's lo-fi time, folks, because we are definitely last hour. Wrist is starting to say, hey, you, give it a break. And I'm gonna listen to that. Now, how far... I do want to get this elevator done, though. This will be the last thing I do. And then I might switch off to something else to kind of give everything a little bit of a rest. We'll see how I'm feeling. If I were to stop now, it'd be fine. We've been at this for long enough as it is. How tall do I need to go here? Quite tall. Okay. Very tall it is. Sure. I think that's the correct height for basically anything. Let's start running power up and see. This is my see if I'm now tall enough. I am not tall enough, I don't think, to clear stuff. Okay. Taller. More. This might be sufficient. Again, scale. Scale is hard to tell, especially with the topographical portions of these maps. That can be quite the trick to try to figure out. That might be okay, at least until we get to on that side, but then once we get further down, you can see the problem. More. But that's why I didn't put up another one of these, because I wanted to get a sense of how far up do I actually have to go before I do the next one. I feel like that might be enough. Okay, we can see in the distance that's one of the SAM nodes. I'm not sure where the pull nodes are, they're probably over there somewhere. I just need to do this to see a thing real fast. I'm basically hoping to not to have to go climb anymore at this point. So I'm going to climb as much as I need to now, and then kind of run the rest. But it means I need to see, am I too low? And I've got a pretty good sense, yeah, I'm too low. But this will tell me by how much, more importantly. Considerable margin. Considerable margin. Because I still need to get there, there. Yeah, okay. Okay, boom. I had a sneaking suspicion I needed to still climb even just a little bit higher. It looks like another full 10, though. Another full zoop absolutely gets us to where I need to be. So, I think I should be good if I just go up the one more. Although here it's a bit too... That's a lot higher, but honestly, I'm okay with that. Actually, hold on. That's an idea. So, beyond this point, I have effectively 3+ there. The SAM node stuff is probably running on the underside at this point, isn't it? I think I don't have a choice in the matter. The SAM node, the oil, that's running underside, which is going to get complicated fast. If I now take the six belts plus 2 pipes is effectively what is carryable here on the top. And it's sort of works. The problem with kind of the way my head's working on this idea, I'll show you it. I'm remembering it now. Is you really only get one in between. It's 2 in between on the other guy. So we only really have room for 1 pipe to come in between here on the bottom, on the top. Bottom, there's room. So what I suppose I could do is carry a 2 more oil pipes on the underside, and then connect then kind of pull them up when it reaches the quad, so that they go into their in-betweens. So there's the in-between there and then there, so it'll be 1, 2, 3 effectively. And that's going way overkill. One is all I really need, but I'm an overachiever on something like this, so y'all know how it is. Okay, I can work with this. One, two. Nice. So that's going to be the height that the new double kicks in on. That's why I'm doing that like so. And knowing that I'm bringing back... The coal is probably coming in on the... Let me see this. The coal's going to be the first set of stuff to come in. So this, I think, actually remains... The Mark 6s here, right? Yeah. Because each of the coals needs to be the full 1200 that is capable of carrying. There's no two ways around that. Next up in the chain is going to be our friend, the Sam node. That one right there. And that one right there. But so between the normal and the impure, that's 600... 900? That? Technically speaking, that needs to be... Mark 6, doesn't it? Okay. And then the remaining two, which are the ones that keep going further south, are the bauxite. Caps out at 600. So that's fine on a Mark 5. And the Sam node. Okay, yeah. That kind of works then, doesn't it? Although now I am wondering one thing that might require me to rebuild this, and I don't particularly want to, but I might have to now that I'm thinking this through a little bit better. So here's where my head's at. 1, 2, 3. Effectively, these three make 4. So they're gonna kind of combine in as need be. 5. Well, that's going to be a pain in the ass to get to, so I'm not going to grab that one. 6. Not the limestone, the copper there. 6, 7. 8. Yeah, okay, I got to rebuild this. I had the right general idea, but I made a critical error. I didn't need to split this at all. This little split off point, I could have just done a turn and sent the entire quad up. Because I'm pretty sure there's nothing else to pick up that direction. I'll double check it before I break anything down. But if that's the case, that's going to make my life way easier, for sure. Yeah, it's just technically speaking the Caterium, but honestly, I could just separate off that direction for the Caterium, and it works just as well. So okay, yeah. Uh, Error there. Pretty significant error there. I'll correct it though. Easiest way to correct that is to take out... I don't want to have to take out it like that, but I think I don't have a choice in the matter, right? Where's the node? There's the power node. Okay, so I should be safe enough to pull that in its entirety, especially since it just hits the blueprints. It doesn't hit the power nodes, so there's that to take into consideration. And now the trick is that pops out. 1, 2. This stays the same. That should be good. So this will be a little bit easier, thankfully. This moves. The one at the back moves as well. One, two, three. So I get to stay with the quad this entire way. That's actually kind of nice. I wasn't expecting that. But you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Hold on. That's part of what's giving me some trouble. Is that in the right spot? Well, I'll be. Yes, it is. Let's go. Oh, that feels so much nicer. Yeah, how that is satisfying. Now, this is the one downside to how these things kind of connect up. This will always look a little bit awkward. There's no real way to avoid that, because the moment it connects up into here, it would still have the same problem. I can try and replace them and see if this works out okay. It might not. Actually, I like that that works. Okay, cool. I got it. I got the solution then. And the power is going to be significantly easier to grab. I just go around that corner, connect, done. Also, we've got what is going to be the final ad of the night kicking off in about 4 minutes, folks. I will be taking that one last break, too, because I could definitely use one more. The one downside of drinking a lot of water, the Spiro says, that bathroom's looking mighty friendly, and it's like, gee, thanks, Spiro. But, oh well. It's worth it. It's very much worth it in the end. That aside, I'm pretty happy with with all of that stuff. But it does mean if I'm drinking enough water, it's more trips there than I'm used to. Not so much that I like than I'm used to. That's really what it is. So Then here, I want to do like so. 1, 2. And considering what we're doing here, what I can do now... something that's a little bit different. Yeah, okay. That looks pretty nice. I will take that. That's kind of cool. Here. That'll make it my life a little easier. Grab you there. You're already in place, so we're good. We're good. That's fine. Excellent. I'll fill in that with the piece in a moment as well. Copy that. Grab that. Go up, over, down. And it's fine. I'm not concerned about the little bit of flicker there. Because I just do this and it goes away. That's mostly because I don't like the way the edges look when they're kind of making contact with concrete. And that's why I opt to do something like that. That looks good. This looks good. And then that's going to just kind of pick up as normal. I'll delete one, put the next one in. Delete one, put the next one in. All that sort of good stuff. And it will all look perfect in the end. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Okay. So, I am going to do a quick save, and I will be back in just a few moments, folks. As I said, last ad break of the night, though, so... Because I'm starting to feel a tired set in, wrists and everything else. So, with that, see you all in a few. Thank you for your patience, everyone. With that, I am back. And I did a little bit of number crunching in my head. I should say I was thinking aloud on that one, but you know, it works just the same. While I was away, and I realized something kind of important. The important thing, simply put, is that I can go back to the idea of using the oil-based diamonds now. That was not an option when I was like, oh, how am I going to carry back enough oil? Well, if I can easily carry back 3 full Mark II pipes and have some left over in there, I can do like most of the diamonds I need from the oil recipe. If I can cobble together a fourth pipe, and even a fifth, and I can cobble together a fourth pipe, because 2 normals will equal up to that next pure. I have enough and then some. So, yeah, this is actually going to be way smoother of an experience than I was initially thinking it's going to be. Trying to get all of this set up right. Which is good. Because it's going to be complicated enough as it is. So I'm kind of happy I don't have to do any sort of, like, funny power line over things and any of that sort of stuff, or it frees up some of the SAM ore to do other stuff, because as it stands, I'm gonna double check the recipes I was planning to use for diamonds. Where are the diamonds in this? They're underneath the time crystal. Oh, I never actually filled in the recipe for the time crystal. How I was gonna make enough of the diamonds for the time crystal. So there's diamonds. 200. Oh, it's 230. Not 280. I misread. 230 is enough that on 2 pipes, effectively. Basically, each full pipe of crude oil, if it's just going into the diamonds, makes 120 diamonds. So I've got 240 there, and that's plenty. It means I can make more time crystals and potentially do more stuff here than I was originally thinking I could do. Which will require a little bit of a reworking of some of the other plans, yes. And hopefully I have enough space for everything, because I'll show you my concern. Particle accelerators are... Well, the diamonds don't need the particle accelerators, but I need a fair chunk of particle accelerators. The diamonds, at least, are in, I think, the converters? Diamonds being in converters should be fine, right? That connected properly. Okay, good. I was a little concerned at first that had not connected all the way, but it did, so we're good. Meta Knight, thank you for clocking in. Welcome in, friend. Just to give you the heads up, we are probably in the last half hour at most. 20. I should probably be calling it sooner than that, if I'm being honest. So there won't be much stream left. I'm going on 7 hours, actually. Because I got a slightly earlier... I got an earlier start than I usually would get. Just to kind of let you know what to expect as far as, like, stuff is concerned here. Okay. There we go. Take that out. Take this out. And we're good. Pluck that away because I'm going to need to... I'm going to need to rebuild a lot of this guy, but I'm not going to need to rebuild all of it, thankfully. Oh, I'm like, why is it catching a honeycomb? Because I think there was a honeycomb there. Yeah. That's why it's catching a honeycomb. That was a thing I forgot to delete. Okay. It's fine. That works. Good news is kind of redoing, like, finishing out this piece is pretty simple. As far as options are concerned. What are you getting into? Sorry, I got distracted a second because I heard a noise. That sounds like one of the cats is getting into something? But I, for the life of me, have no clue what that thing could be. Which anyone who has cats, or dogs for that matter, pets in general, knows, how terrifying that sound is when you're like, what is my critter up to? Do I need to be worried? I think, thankfully, our girls are usually pretty good, and therefore I shouldn't need to be concerned. They're typically good about, you know, only eating things that are actually food, so... The biggest concern is not really a concern, thankfully. Is that remotely right? Yeah, that's correct. Okay. I didn't know if that looked right, but it did. Down. Across. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Okay, cool. Oh, and this is an interesting opportunity. This here is now an opportunity to add a little bit more power into the network. Free power, actually. In a way that's kind of cool, actually. Give me a second and I'll show you what I mean. Once I've gotten kind of this all together. 2, 3, 4. And 5. I need all of those in place. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. One. Two. Three. Go all the way around. We're good. Go. go. I completely forgot to get the corner piece in here. That's not an issue. It's really easy to get that in place. Connect that up. Diagonal. There. And then here. Back to default, I think. I'm going to have the second set of legs go down on this bunch, and we'll be good to go. And then this set goes from here upward. So 40. This will only go up about to the 32 mark. But that works. $32, $40 for this guy. Hover over that, hit G. That sets the filter for the actual paint work to have there. Have its thing always go hit the stuff you want it to hit. So in this case, it's just hitting these pieces right here. And that reminds me that I'm missing at least one of these here. Easy fix. Like, super easy fix. But let me show you something cool as far as power stuffs is concerned. Although getting the thing over here is going to be a little bit of an annoyance, but it's worth the showing how this thing functions. We have here geothermal. Generators. These things are super cool, especially when you first get them. If you're finding you need a little bit of extra power, this can get you there. Now, getting it into the power grid from where this guy is a little awkward, I'll admit that much. But I'll figure a way up there. Even if it means I gotta go all the way around here. Which will look a little strange, but I think it's my only choice in the matter. Actually, what that means is I don't have to have this across, which has definitely thrown me off a little bit. I can go to there and over. And that's a lot neater looking. And that is now making, granted, it's not a ton of power, but it's making a decent chunk It's making a little bit of extra power, which is nice. I forget what this particular node was. There's another one in the area, too. Oh, that's another pure from the look of it. And that's, like, right there, so I could put another one down if I really wanted to. I'm not going to, because I don't need the power that badly. But I figured this was a good opportunity to kind of show off how those things function. Since we are right here, and I'm kind of needing to do some stuff with them anyway. I'll go a little bit longer. I'll go until for like long enough to. Well, I can't. I don't quite have the time to go all the way up there. But we've more or less gotten back to where we were. This finishing that out won't be too complicated or take too terribly long. But I should give the wrists a break at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna give the wrists a break now. Just kind of take that out. And that means those are going to get shifted over because I'm going to sort of have to. But I've got a really good kind of starting point here for the rest of this. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out so far. So I'll settle down here. I'll do the final save of the night. And then please bear with me, folks, while I find us a raid target. Someone to share a measure of the love you've all shown me tonight with. Whoop. Back on over. Thank you, Leighton. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's see. We got Frosty and BG3, Baldur's Gate 3, maybe. Um, I'm taking a peek. Normally, I don't go too deep into this. Okay, that's fine. Uh... Why am I following this in? Might have an option here, but I'm not sure because I don't remember when I followed this particular person. Oh! Okay. This could work. This could actually work really well. Might go that route. Not a VTuber, but from what I recall, really chill individual. And nominally says Stardew Valley is the game that the person's playing. It person appears to be more so in a just chatting form right at this moment in time, but you know what? That kind of works too.
I can also proffer up a possible raid target if you'd like. We have raided her before.
I have a sneaking suspicion. I know, like, I got a couple of the possible names. Go ahead and say the name if you like.
Purslin Doll.
Okay, 9 souls. That's a Souls-like, isn't it?
I've seen gameplay. It's kind of part Souls-like, part Metroidvania, I think.
We could let me take a look. Neither of them. What do you mean sizable raid target? You're thinking somebody else, yeah. No, neither of them are like outside the bounds of the what would I would usually consider pretty reasonable. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna offer both choices, I think, to all of you. Ah, that's fair. That's fair.
And let the classic gremlin unmanageable democracy sort things out.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so we've got two choices here, folks. We have Refrain, an Australian creator, an Australian streamer. Very chill. I'm not seeing pronouns anywhere, so and the person presents masculine, so probably him. But if we do go there and you're told otherwise, respect that, please. Or Porcelain Doll, whose model is adorable. I love the calico cat. I'm not, and I'm looking to see. Do you happen to know Per's pronouns off the top of your head,
She,
Callisto?
her.
She, her. Okay.
She's a heckin' cutie.
That I can agree. Oh, I see. Oh, I see Mercury Soul in there. I see a couple of folks that, yeah, she's a heckin' cutie, and there's other good people there. So either is gonna be a good choice. So the options are Stardew? Question mark. I'm not entirely sure if. Oh yeah, no. Wild Refrain is just booting into Stardew. So Stardew, that's Wild Refrain.
Yo, how wild is that refrain?
Very. Or Nine Souls, which is Ursuline. Ursuline Doll. Let me know what you would all like to see more, folks. Either of them would be good choices. You have one vote for Ursuline and Nine Souls. Hmm. I do know, though, is I'm glad to have a bottle of ginger ale on hand. Because, yeah, the talking is definitely hitting the point of I need to kind of rest the voice soon, too. 7 hours. It's a lot on the throat, especially when already, having done quite a bit of singing and whatnot earlier in the day. Okay, so we've just got the one vote for Per and Nine Souls so far.
Two
Uh,
votes for per.
two votes now. Okay. Do you know how long she usually goes for?
Oh, three.
And
Uh, depends on the game. Some games she only goes 2 or 3 hours. Some she goes uh quite a bit longer.
okay. Speaking of cats, what are you doing? Ah, she found her way into a bag near a spot and is making quite a bit of noise in the process of trying to get out. At least I assume she's trying to get out. I can't really tell. Cats for you, right? There we go. She's free. Did you find something interesting there, baby girl? I have no clue. Okay, so it looks like we're going over to Porcelain Doll. That works. So, my next official stream is Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's gonna be first stream of the new year. However, since I'm home for New Year's Eve, I'm considering doing a stream that night to kind of welcome in the new year for folks. And then probably Seahorse might be on doing like some music or something. We can kind of go over and do the whole Happy New Year's multiple times because we've got a bunch of different time zones, which I think is kind of fun. So, in all likelihood, the next stream will actually be sometime Tuesday evening. I don't have a specific start time in mind yet, but probably no earlier than 7. The 7 p.m. start, maybe 6. We'll see how I'm feeling. I think that's all of the super important stuff. Let me get a shout out for the person. I don't need to do the full thing. And I'll do the Twitch one because the Twitch one is a little bit easier to follow along to. So that is the wonderful bean we are heading on over to. That said, thank you all folks for coming around, whether it was for a few minutes or the entirety of the stream. As always, it means the world to me. I think that's all the important stuff. Yeah, so if you do not have a subscription, folks, please use that first message. If you do have a subscription, please use the second one instead, the one with the emotes. And without further ado, I hope you all have a great rest of your day or night or whatever your time zone may be. And until I get a chance to see you all again, ciao everyone. Rar!
Rawr.
Leighton, congrats on being last. Meta Knight, congrats on being last. So much left of the last. Also, so yeah, thank you folks.